Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. I apologize if I'm sounding a little off today. I got plenty of sleep last night, but I woke up this morning with some major sinus issues. So I apologize if I'm going to be sniffling. We're going to have an interesting episode today. I'm a little nervous. Anytime we watch these old shows, because I always every day I try and get better at the show every single day. And this is a year ago. And so, there's a lot in between the getting better part and where I used to be. So I always get nervous when I'm watching my old shows like this. When we kind of replay some of the old stuff sometime. This is way old. This is when I was less than 2 months into the show. And so we're going to be replaying the day BK was arrested, the press conference. I'll be having different people on panel from those shows. I'm not sure who I have on the panel for the arrest or the PCA read-through when it came out. So I'll let you guys know as we go, and then I will share the channels. If they are content creators, I will share the channels in order, and I'll let you know who is all with us on those shows. I'm a little nervous. I haven't watched them. I'm sure I'm horrible, but we're going back in time. We're going to watch the PCA and the arrest. I want to say a special shout out to somebody. I was getting ready for bed last night, and all of a sudden I got this tag that I was tagged in this video, and I was like, what is this video? So I went to go check it out, and the channel was Swamp Rose. So I want to share that channel here in a second. Had a very beautiful review of the channel and the community, and I went ahead and I listened to the conversation on that show, and I was like, wow, these two ladies, I really enjoyed the conversation and their questions and their thoughts and their theories, and it's all respectful, but it's kind of what we do around here when we dig into stuff and the way that we think about things. So shout out to her. I'll be sharing her channel here in a second, and also we'll be having our show tonight. We're going to be going into a lot of different stuff. I do not have the notification out yet, but it will be coming after the show. We're going to be going into a lot of the different stuff. Each the Consalvis Key interviews, that series is done. I did put playlist up for that, and also for the LA press conference Q&As. That way, if you want to watch that from the beginning, you can. Each of those episodes, we've kind of gone into different things in the case chat sections of those episodes. And so what we're going to be doing tonight and tomorrow night is we're going to be going through all of those things that we really discussed in the case chat, but we didn't get to dig into it. We'll be getting into all that tonight and tomorrow, plus a lot of the other stuff that I have set aside, but we'll always get to that last, and we'll get to your stuff first. Also, the video that I put out last night, let me share that real quick. If you haven't watched it and you weren't in the episode last night, I don't know. In my opinion, I feel like they were saying, even though they shared food at Grub Truck and they said, yeah, let's share food at Grub Truck, I still feel, because Maddie, she was already wearing this jacket, I still feel like this. I feel like this came from the Corner Club. I feel like it came from the Corner Club, somewhere around there. Because just look at where Maddie was wearing the jacket. If you listen to what they're saying, you got to remember, this is Steve G that also said in the demo statement that there's other vantage points of other camera evidence that points to the house. That's not the camera that recorded the turnaround. So They know a lot more, and they always have. They've known a lot more than we do. So when I see these things and I notice these things, you have to assume that the reason that they're coming to these things and that they say these things is because they really do know more than everybody. What if they know that there's Corner Club video and they can hear that conversation about the jacket? Just saying. They know more than us, and that's how I approach these things when I notice these words. So if you didn't get to check it out, there's the link for that. Even if you feel that they were talking about food, I just want to let you know, it's if you look under the fire hydrant, it says IMO on the thumbnail. There's a little Easter egg there. IMO. It's my opinion. I'm telling you where I'm coming from. They know more. Good morning, Debre. Ticket number 5. Thank you for hopping in. Kib Kitty, ticket number 7. Thank you. Prayers, Skittles. Hope you feel better. Skittles number 8. Ghost Printer, good morning to you. Sorry if my sinuses are just kicking me this morning. Lynn T, ticket number 11. Thank you so much for the kind words. They are the best mods I could ever ask for real. For real. Lynn T, this community. Aw, thank you, Skittles. Excuse me, hold on. You're getting sinuses. I'm a little nervous today. We're going to be watching the old me, and I don't know. I don't know if it's... I think I did get this microphone by then. I think I was still using my earbuds. I think it was maybe it was right around Christmas when I got this microphone. Somewhere between Christmas and New Year's. Excuse me. So I don't know. I think I have my microphone by then. So we should be good. Before I was using earbuds. I was having a conversation with somebody that was wanting to start a channel, and they were asking me questions, and they were like, oh, all the equipment. And I was like, I just started off with earbuds, and honestly, and if you go back to my earlier shows, I had my earbuds tied into my phone, and my phone was on the StreamYard. So there's the difference. You'll see the difference between this microphone and the one that I used to use. What's up, Root? How you doing? Diana, Aaliyah, Jacqueline, how are you? 49er girl. Happy Friday to you too. Gorgeous people. Mama 5, Yvette, good morning. What's up, Dre? Lynn T. Sorry, I'm not feeling good this morning. I don't know if it's that or my sinuses, but I think it's just my sinuses. John Morgan, what's up? Detective, how are you? We'll see, I guess. We'll let time go by and then we'll see. Is he sick? Or is it sinuses? Tom Campbell, good morning to you. It's always a good day when we wake up, Tom. You always got to find a positive, even if there's a negative. Always. Good morning, Caddy. Ticket number 19, Mama 5. Deborah, Charlie Brown. What's up? What's up? Sneaking in with ticket 26. Yeah. So shout out Swamp Rose. I was very shocked and surprised. Anna, thank you for hopping in. I was like, wow, I didn't even know who they were, and they were saying beautiful things about the channel and the community, and I was like, wow, that's so cool. And then they had great conversation too. Tammy, thank you for hopping in. Yeah, it was hard. That playlist that we did for the Consalvis key interviews. And we'll have a couple more tonight that we didn't get to, but just a couple. Yeah, that was tough. The ones from the year to the date, those ones, mm, it was tough, but it's true crime. We do talk about tough things, and sometimes those are the paths that we have to venture sometimes. And but at the same time, as we do experience the sadness and things like that, it also, if you think about it, it also gives us the motivation inside our soul to do better and to try to do better for the people that are in that position. So as much as it's, when we're watching these playlists, and as much as it's sad to hear the words and to think about what they're going through and to think about what they're feeling, at the same time, that's motivation for us to do better for people that are in that position. That's doing more work to try and ask more questions, to try and hold more people accountable, the people that do that shit to those families. That's why we do what we do. We're here to make sure that the families get real truth and justice. And if that means that we're together because we ask questions of stuff that doesn't make sense, stuff that shouldn't just be believed and moved on because corruption does exist. That's where we get our motivation, is from those tough times and topics and conversations. And it was very motivating. That's why we're here today, That's why we're here today. Ticket number 29. Thank you, Tammy. Motivation. Spunk Junkie, what's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Christina Rain, how are you? Deborah Lynn, ticket number 37. Diana, ticket number 18. What's up? Yes. No, thank you all, because I'm just this much, and I'm just one little gear in the big wheel, I'm just one little gear on that big wheel of gears. It takes all of us to work together so we can all move together and progress. Good morning. Good morning, Crystal. I think it's just the sinuses. I'm starting to feel like the sinuses are clearing up a little bit. Yeah, actually I did. I love video games. And back in 2007 or 8, they came out with the video game LA Noire. And that has some reference to the game, and I was like, oh gosh. And yeah, I looked into it back then, and I was just like, whoa, right? Whoa. Crazy. What's up, Beth? Good morning. Crystal, ticket number 39. Beckles, how are you doing? Ticket 41. I feel it was more sharing food. Yeah, I know. Like, well, wouldn't you guys shit though if Corner Club video came out in the trial and you heard that conversation in the Corner Club video? Wouldn't you shit? They know more. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I'm just saying they know more than us. This is where I'm coming from. They know more than us. They've seen more than us. They know about other footage, whether it's at the property or wherever. I'm coming from they saw Corner Club footage. Right where they were standing next to Jack. Kaylee wasn't even wearing the jacket then. Maddie was. So then, to me, who knows? Who says the jacket swap didn't happen before that picture was taken where you see Jack sitting on the stool? And if you, I mean, come on. Does that look like a coat? Does that look like a coat that Maddie would normally wear? Does that look like a coat Maddie would put on to go to the frickin' store? No. It looks like way oversized. So that tells you right there that's not her normal coat. It's way oversized. It's oversized for Kaylee too. But it's way oversized for Maddie. I don't know. I just look at those different things and I'm like, who knows? Just my opinion. You can come clean my house. Shit. Shit, I'm still waiting for the fucking I'm still waiting for the freaking fire restoration people to come. Shit. It's been since what, August, people? When did that fire happen? August? Right? Ticket number 42. Appreciate you too. Thank you, nothing half-assed. Thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 43. What's up, DS? What's up, Kelly Miller? Ticket 45. Golden ticket slacking today. It's all good. It's just a Friday. And this technology shit is secondary. It's just secondary. I don't expect anybody to be here. If you got free time and you feel like hanging out, come on and hang out. You know, there's real life out there, and that's a borrowed coat. When I go out with someone who offers it and says I'll get it tomorrow, been there. I don't know. I'm just saying the coat looks. I mean, you just see her walking around, and it's. Look at the sleeves. You know what I'm saying? Look at the sleeves. The sleeves are like. They're like this. I mean, come on, you guys. That's just where I'm coming from. They're like that. It's not a coat she's going to take to the Walmart in Moscow because the shopping's better, because you get bags for the items you purchase at the store. That way you're not looking like a kangaroo when you're walking in the house. It does look like a guy's coat, Kelly. That's how yeah. It does. It looks like a guy's coat. I'm just being like, it's not Maddie's. It's not Maddie's. Something. Who knows? All I'm saying, it's not Maddie's. I'm just gonna keep doing this, all right? I'm just gonna keep doing this. It's not Maddie's. Okay? Good morning, Memory. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you. No, that she was wearing it as they were walking when Kaylee and Jack and Maddie were walking down talking about Adam. She was wearing it then. Look at the Corner Club picture. The conversation didn't take place at the grub truck. Okay, they shared food. That was a different conversation. The conversation about the coat. I mean, you hear it from the Gonsalveses, yo. They talk about them freaking walking. I'm just saying, who says? Who says they haven't seen the video? You don't think they haven't? Listen, they've seen the mattress. They seen the mattress. They saw the walls missing, people. They were in the house. They were seeing pictures of it. Something. You don't think they didn't see the Corner Club video? Damn, Deborah Lynn, $700 coat. That's a set of tires. Shit, $700 coat. But you don't think they haven't seen the Corner Club video? You know, there's Corner Club video. It's a video. It's not a photo. It's a video. It's a photo of a video. It's a video. Yes, there's going to be sound. They need it for their own protection for lawsuits within the freaking establishment. So it's going to have audio too. I bet you the conversation took place while the girls were standing where they were standing. And after the conversation took place, then the coat. And then a couple minutes later, the picture takes place. And then they leave. It's cold. It's cold. I don't want to walk. Oh, it's okay, Maddie. We can share it. Here, you can have it. Come on. If I get too cold, then let me have it for a minute. Something. All right, let me switcheroo real quick. I'm going to share this channel with you guys. I want to say thank you to them too for the kind words in the review of the show. I thought it was really cool. That just stumbled across it. Definitely look forward to a collab in the future. So definitely go check out the show. Give me 1 second. We'll show you real quick. All right, so the channel is, excuse me. So the channel is Swamp Rose. So here's the link. Oops. Oh, we don't want the dispatch thing going. No, we use that for other shit. So here's the link to Swamp Rose. I want to say thank you to them both for the kind words. And they were reviewing the discussion when we were talking about Steve G, talking about there's vantage points of other camera evidence that point to 1122, and we were going into that conversation, and I was talking about how Ellie wouldn't, even with that video, if there was video, which I think there is video from 1126. Got way more pictures to show you guys that there is no camera. There was no camera back at 1112 at the back. There's no camera at the back of 1112. I got plenty of pictures from the day, the scene, where the crime took place. There's no cameras. So I hope we can be done talking about that. It just leads me to, there's no cameras on 712 Queen Road. It just leads me to believe that there's a camera at 1126 and was a camera. And the reason that they couldn't see where the person left was because they weren't in camera view after they left. From when they left the house into when they got to the parking lot, their car, the house, the apartment, whatever, wherever they got to. That's why they didn't see him. They had plenty of cover, if you look at that. And that video that they were going over, if you didn't see that one, that was this link right here. And the title was Steve G said other camera evidence vantage points towards 1122 King Road. So here's that link if you want to see that one. That's the video they were checking out. So thank you to them again. And it was on the, it was right here. Idaho4 Live updates and commentary, Ryan Koberger. So I'm going to share the link to this video if you want to check it out at somewhere they go through. They're going through me and Truth and Transparency's video on this episode, and a little bit of harsh it looks like too. So, so yeah, definitely check it out. Oh wait, no, that's not it. It was this one.
Press.
My bad. So it was this this link right here, and that's when they were going in to videos of Truth and Transparency and some of our stuff. So shout out to them. Thank you so much. Appreciate your kind words and checking out the show and hanging out in the lives. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. So now we are going to get into, this is when Kohberger was arrested. Okay. So let me see here. Now this is, here's the link to this episode. This was episode, oh man, episode 60. Yeah, definitely check out this video right here. The whole conversation. They're talking about Kaylee's room, you know, stuff that we had talked about. We showed, gosh, when was it? When we showed that it was the same room. Monday, Tuesday, something like that. They were having that discussion. And they were talking about like the video, different parts of the house. Very interesting conversation. So shout out to them. Now this link is for this episode right here. Now this is the day that BK was arrested. This was 12/30/2022. I had Look Justice Served Daily up on panel. So I'm going to get her link for you. If you want to go check out her channel, give me 1 second. I have to get into my list of all the people I like to share. Hold on a second. It's quite a list. There it is. All right. So this is Justice Served Daily. And we'll go ahead. I'll put that link throughout the show as we're watching this episode, because she's on here with us during this. Now, we were already live because this was a morning. Oh gosh, I remember this. This was so he got arrested at 3 or 4 in the morning, something like that, somewhere around there. I remember getting the call early as shit. Oh my gosh, they arrested somebody for Idaho4. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. I'm like, what? But I was like half asleep. Okay, all right. Hold on. All right, I can't miss this press conference. All right, hurry up. Got on. Got live. I was live for 3 hours and 41 minutes. 3 hours and 41 minutes before the press conference was coming out about him. Now, during this episode, and we're not going to watch the whole thing of this one. If you want to watch the whole thing, again, here's the link. We get into, you'll see the news crews, before this period. You'll see us talking about different parts of the case. You'll see me, bringing up Google Maps, Grub Truck, his apartment complex, different things that are just everything that was coming out that morning. It was so quick, going through, watching the cleaning crew show up outside the house and all this other stuff. It was just crazy. Now, this was from December 30th, 2022. So you got to remember, that we're hearing all of these things about the, MSM. Like I said, I always felt that it was some kind of corrupt LE or somebody that was in there that was putting out shit to go with the public opinion, If you can convince enough people in public opinion that someone is guilty, perception becomes reality. That's the unfortunate part of perception, is it's not always what somebody else's story is. It's perception. So when we're hearing somebody else's story, MSM, Reddit, 4chan, Facebook groups, all of these different things. And then this is the day that BK was arrested. This was the day that we all went, whoa, this is who did this? Oh my gosh, look at him. He looks like he's an incel, And that's part of the growth. Part of the growth is when you go from, whoa, this is, and then a couple days later you get the PCA, and then you start reading through the PCA for a couple of weeks, and then you're like, wait a minute, I'm not going to sit here and watch this mainstream and automatically sources close to the investigation. I'm not going to sit here and, like, what they're saying on MSM isn't matching this PCA. What are they talking about? These theories that they're coming up with, I don't know. The more stuff that comes out, the more stuff it seems far-fetched. This was before. This was before. This was like, MSM comes out, it was like, yes, this is the incel that... Holy crap, everybody. Banfield said it. Banfield said it. The jacket had been Kaylee's. I don't know. We'll find out in trial. That's why it's one of those, to me, it's one of those that's either or. We'll find out. It's a 50-50. See, now when I came out with the video saying that the sheath was Kaylee or Maddie's, I'm saying that as that's what I think the fact is. Now, when it comes to this coat, that's an IMO. Like, I can see that it could be, but at the same time, I'm looking at it, I'm coming from the Consalvases know and see and heard way more than we even know. So who knows? They've always said little nuggets. That was always, oh my gosh. Kaylee was just going back to school for Monday class, and then she was coming back Tuesday. That was a nugget. We all thought this whole time she was just coming back to be a +1 for a party. No. Remember? American Princess, thank you for hopping in. What's up, AG? PPP 150 coffee and a ticket number 4 coming in strong. Right? Yeah, it's going to be crazy. So here we go. Just keep in mind. And this is back when I changed the Evil CJ Concept podcast. It was just too damn long. The Everywhereville CJ Concept, it was just too... The Evil CJ is just too long. I was like, you know what? The Evil CJ show. Just Evil CJ show. So back then, yes, it was the Evil CJ Concept podcast. I do miss that name, though. The Evil CJ Concept. I do miss that name, though. All right, let me, let's see, let's go full screen, and here we go. Justice Served Dailies on the panel with us here. All right.
Breaking news, it's opening.
To Latah County to be extradited as.
All right, I'm going to go on a delay here, just to respect.
Koberger, we believe, will be in a court.
And that's just for the extradition.
So we're on a
Right.
30
It's not an
second
arraignment
delay.
or anything, because it'd have to be brought back here for an arraignment. The extradited, as they say, Idaho to Latah County to face those formal charges. Again, there's
I
no
hope.
murder charge,
Correct.
or murder charges against him at this point. He was picked up on a warrant.
Damn,
Hello,
I'm-
Christy. Thank you for hopping in.
Damn, I'm playing this. You can probably tell the difference between this audio and that audio. I don't know. The music that I'm playing, see what I'm saying? It's early shit. It's already driving me nuts that my music is way too loud on this episode. It's already driving me nuts. The music's too loud. CJ?
That's what he's being held on
What are you
right
doing?
And we know that this morning, 12:30, here being on Friday, there was the extradition case
Oh,
filed
it's
as well.
horrible.
There's a bail
Oh, I
hearing that
can't
was
believe
scheduled
it.
again. That'll be coming up on
Can't
Tuesday.
believe I had
What
a
attorneys
creepy
him coming
picture.
back to Idaho and what that situation will look like. We're not exactly sure. It's possible we learn more during this news conference. And as we were just walking into the studio,
And when you're looking at that picture, doesn't he look fit as fuck? Like he could pull that shit off by himself?
conference, of course, we're going to hear from the Moscow Police Department. We are also expecting to hear from the Latah County Prosecutor. So
You see what
they
I'm
may have
saying?
some more insight in terms of the legal
You see what I'm
steps here.
saying?
But to be very clear, this is where the investigation
The
gets very intricate
MSM
and
was
the process gets very
strong in
slow.
this
You have to go
episode,
through these
yo.
processes, whether you like it or not. And there are legal processes and civil liberties.
I gotta hear that again in myself. That shit's hilarious. The MSM is strong in this episode. Listen to, doesn't he look fit as shit? Like he could pull this off by himself. Oh my gosh, dude.
Fit as fuck. Like he could pull that shit off by himself?
Conference, of course, we're going to hear from the Moscow Police Department. We
Oh,
are
you're
also
seeing it right
expecting to
here,
hear from the
people.
Latah County Prosecutor. So
Yeah,
they may
Kelly,
have some
you're
more
seeing
insight
it
in
right
terms of the
here.
legal steps here. But to be very clear, this is where the investigation gets very
Oh,
intricate and the
this is
process gets
crazy.
very slow. You have to go through these processes, whether you like
That
it or
would be
not.
rich.
And
nothing.
there are legal processes and civil liberties that a defendant or somebody accused of
Oh
something has.
boy, this is.
I'm
crazy.
not sure, Aussie Jen. Like I credit the shit out of everybody that I use, so I don't know.
Oh yeah,
how it all works.
where the trial will be held. Latah County is not a very
Okay, so I think I got hit for something a long ass time ago in the beginning. I got hit for something playing somebody's video. I think it was what's the JB Buno? What's the Florida news station? WFLA. I think I got hit from WFLA. And that's when, and so if you guys hear me talking about that, I think that's when I got hit a couple days before I was hit, or it might even have been the day before. I got hit from WFLA because I think we were watching them they were watching something about the Koberger, or no, it was something. Maybe it was the press conference that took place on the 28th or the 29th, something like that. They were watching something, and I think we were watching them, and that's when we got slammed with something and got shut down. But this was this was in the beginning of the show. I didn't know shit back then. Didn't know shit back then. But that's what I'm talking about if you hear me talk about it. But yeah, the MSM is strong. Doesn't he look fit as shit, everybody? Like he could pull this off by himself. I sound like Vinny in this episode. Oh no. I'm going to sound like
heavily
Vinny.
populated county, although the University of Idaho is there. So, and we'll get
I'm
to
gonna
that.
sound
We'll
like
cross that
Vinny.
bridge when we get to it. But we expect to learn more about how,
Doesn't he
at
look
least how
fit as
maybe
hell?
they tracked him down in Pennsylvania.
And it'll be interesting too, because that white Hyundai Elantra is one of the real big pieces of evidence that investigators have
You
put
don't
out
hear
for
the
several
music?
weeks. And it was really one of the first big things that they reached out to the public with, other than if you have any information. They say, here's this car we're looking for. If you have any information, please send it to us. And this is
Yeah, you won't hear the music when I have the video paused because it's coming from. That's why I'm complaining about myself. I'm like, bro, the music's way too damn loud. It's driving me a little nuts. But yeah, this is you're gonna hear, when I pause it, you're not gonna hear any music. This is crazy.
this document.
Oh my gosh, the MSM is strong.
footage of that white Hyundai Elantra that was being pushed out on social media in newscasts.
The
from coast to
MSM is
coast.
strong
To
in
find
this
something. I know there
episode.
was excitement last week because there was belief that maybe it had been found over in Oregon. That did not be the
He looks so
case.
fit.
Of
like
note,
he can
though,
do
we
it
know
himself,
investigators were on some
everybody.
type of trail because this white Hyundai Elantra that they were looking for again was
I'm
found at
wearing
this
Vinny's
property
tie
in
today.
Pennsylvania. So it'll be interesting to hear from
I
investigators
need to
about
get my clip-on
why they were
tie
able to link
shirt.
this vehicle, what they were
myself.
searching for. Again, though, Doug, you get the impression here investigators knew who they were looking for.
Leah.
And they just needed to track them down. We're looking at video right now from Pennsylvania. This
We
is the
flag
neighborhood
literally
where
anyone.
Pennsylvania State Police.
But
and
they
local
use
investigators
everybody's
there
shit,
reportedly
right?
Made it early this morning or late last night, depending on the time zone.
They use
We know that
everybody's
there has been some
shit.
reporters on the ground from some other NBC News stations. They've been asking people of the neighborhood, did you know this guy? Do you know anything about this guy? We haven't really heard any first-person testimony from any of the neighbors that would say one way or another. But it is interesting to find, the situation coast to coast here.
Yeah, and I mean, really around the globe too. I mean, this is one of those stories.
Christy B, this is the gentleman that was arrested this morning at 3 a.m. for the crimes. Brian Koberger, and here's his picture.
That we have coverage tonight on the nightly news.
Look at this.
12
I didn't even
hour
do
coverage at
like I
4 and
don't even
5.
zoom
And
in
I know
on the
bottom
video.
line
Come on,
here
bro.
today
Make
for
it
the
full
families of the
screen,
victims
right?
Is going to be justice.
Oh,
And I
this
think
is
there was concerns
embarrassing.
from the families
music's
themselves
too
as well
loud.
as the community about
The
who was
video's
out
not
there, who
full
did
screen.
this, why did they
Oh.
do this? We don't know these things. Well, now we're going to start to get some more answers. Now, we've
Oh.
heard from University of Idaho students and
Yeah,
people
I've
living in the
overcame a
Moscow
lot,
area
huh?
about how they felt unsafe, how they started walking in pairs,
I've
how their
overcame
doors
a
were
lot.
locked. And while this arrest probably will make some feel better, this is still a situation
There's
that has very
baptismo.
seriously
What's up,
injured the Moscow
baptismo?
community. This is a tragic situation that has impacted
Justice
the state of
Survey.
Idaho, the University of Idaho, really a lot of people here. So we are getting to the news conference right now. Let's send it up to Moscow City Hall.
Come on, full screen, dude.
That's a good question,
Brian
Aussie.
Christopher Koberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murder of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Koberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process. However, due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Koberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court. I want to express my appreciation to our local community,
The music.
people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case, on the evening of November 12th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. after visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Zana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. Two servants had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th,
Yeah, there you go, dude. You just shut the music off. You're learning.
a 911 call
You're
was made at
learning.
11:58 a.m. reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found
Oh.
2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. Cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing.
What's up, Jamie?
Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times.
What's up, Ty?
These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We had developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work was not, the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done.
Whoa.
This has just started.
You're reading off a new dude, you're reading off a piece of paper. What are you doing? Reading off a piece of paper.
Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation
100,
might have
Deborah.
tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue
January.
to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward.
Mm-hmm.
Today,
Like all the information that you've been giving us in the Q&As for the press conferences that we've been going through. Right? All of the information that we saw, even in our episode yesterday morning in our episode when we went through, what did we go through? We went through 12:6 through 12:16. We didn't hear any information being mentioned. Hell, when they asked you if there was any progress multiple times on the investigation and anything you wanted to share, you just reiterated that you're collecting all the evidence in its totality and that the community should remain vigilant and aware. And then you deflect the conversation and go back to, you're giving items to the family. And what's really pissing me off about that is when we went into our last episode of the Key Consalvis interviews, and at the very end, we found out that there's not even a list that they got. They don't even know what they don't have. A year later, they don't even know what they have. So, Fry, I don't understand. Now, 1 year later, maybe back then I would. Now, dude, you ain't been, even during the press conferences while we were watching those live. That'd be funny to watch sometime too, because I remember during those press conferences going, they're not saying nothing. People are asking good questions. Why aren't these people saying anything? They ain't been given shit for information. What is he saying?
cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times.
Thank you, Dre.
These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process.
To not have a
This
list
was a very complex,
a year later
case.
is wrong.
We had developed a clear picture over time,
Is wrong.
and we stand assured that the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done. This has just started.
Yeah, from a piece of paper.
Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves.
Bro, you didn't even alert your community why they should feel that there's no reason to feel like you're telling them to remain vigilant and be aware and go in groups and tell each other where they're going constantly all the time. But you're telling them that there's no threat to the community. That's not tipping off the fucking person that committed the crime. That's letting your community know that they're safe, and you're giving them a reason why they're safe instead of just telling them that they're safe. That's not how you do your fucking job, bro. Your job, number one, is community service. What does that mean? taking care of your fucking community and making sure it's safe? How are you making sure your community's safe when you can't even give them a reason why they should feel that there's no threat? What's the reason? Why did you come to that conclusion? What made you go, you know what? Instead of there being a threat, because there was automatically a threat as soon as that person walked into that door of 1122. There was already a threat to the community. You didn't have to come to that decision. That decision was made for you. But then to come to a different decision, to go from the threat that was laid upon you to then there's no threat, well, you had to do it somehow. And to not tell the community that, it wasn't tipping off the fucking person who committed the crime. The fuck? See, it's what I'm saying in the beginning of the episode. We sometimes we have to listen to those tough interviews and the heartbreaking interviews, because then that gives us motivation when we come across shit like this that says, hell no, that's where we get that fuel. The hell?
Cause and manner of death.
Didn't want to
was
tip
homicide
off.
by stabbing.
Tip off who?
Some had defensive wounds.
What's up, Storm
And each
Dancer?
had multiple. Each had been stabbed
Tip
multiple
off
times.
who?
These murders have shaken our community,
Leah.
and no arrest will
Kobe.
ever bring back these young students.
What's up, SK?
However,
Ticket 63.
We do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We had developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's
Wow, that's a whoever wrote that, dude, why would you use pursuit twice in one sentence? That's you don't have a good speechwriter, bro. You need to use a different word. I'm going to use the word pursuit twice in one sentence. That's not a good speechwriter.
clear picture over time, and we stand assured
The
that
pursuit.
the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done.
The
This has
speechwriter
just
didn't do a
started.
good job. The pursuit.
Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice.
Pursuing
for the
every
victims
lead
and
in
their
our
families.
pursuit. Wow, dude. No, dude. You use a different
I
word.
recognize the frustration with the lack of
Going
information that's been
after
released.
every lead.
However,
Okay.
providing any details in this
Green
criminal
probably wrote it.
investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution
Uh,
or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves
what's up,
forward.
Melissa?
Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated
think so,
Moscow Police
Detective.
Department detectives,
I don't think he got it.
patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the
Spin?
resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation.
Spin? Did he say spin? He might have fumbled his words. Let me see how, hold on. Let me see how long this is. Okay, so I'm right about there. So another, yeah, let me rewind it real quick. Where spin? I don't know if this is far enough for you, Katrina, but here.
Moscow Police
And then
responded
we'll let
and
it
found
play out.
2 victims on the 2nd floor,
It's about an
and 2
hour
victims on
for
the
this
3rd
part,
floor.
and then the next part will
On
be
November 17th,
a couple.
autopsies were conducted, and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. Cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had multiple Each had been stabbed multiple times.
Have been.
These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We had developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done. But be assured the work is not done. This has just started.
Mhm.
Since November, we have
Yeah.
remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation. It was the dedication of them and the persistence and the numerous hours that led to an arrest. Fortunately, these highly skilled people worked together as a cohesive team to solve this case. I also want to thank our community and the nation. Over the past 6 weeks, I've been continually reminded of how much our community cares. Locally, public support has been exceptional with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness.
Oh, he sounds nervous as a
Agencies and
mother.
individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You
What's up,
kept this
Thinkers Think? Thank
in
you
the,
for hopping in.
news.
Amy
You
Lane.
helped us with tips. You kept things going.
I
and
feel
we
the
truly
same, Amy.
appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips
Happy
that we
Friday,
received,
Susan.
which is an impressive number.
Yeah, it's impressive.
I would like to invite Bill Thompson, the
100 pieces of evidence. Yeah, here comes Bill Thompson. And I think you hear Green. This is where he does the fake. Look at him. He looks so concerned back there. He looks so concerned. So concerned.
county prosecutor up at this time.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County Prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time.
Yeah, this
As
is
Chief
written.
Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohlberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohlberger, and let me preface, there is a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can.
Doesn't he talk to you like you're stupid every time? I feel like he's whenever I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like anytime that he talks, compared to anybody else, It's almost like he's talking to you like he's a fucking know-it-all. He knows everything, and like he's telling you what you don't know and what you should know, and that's just everything. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But I just feel like he just talks the way that he talks is like he's a fucking know-it-all. Like even when we're watching the court hearings. Even when we're watching the court hearings, and you know the court hearings where he's chilling in the back and he's got his proteges up there in front. They're sitting at the table. And then there was a couple times he was like literally standing up, walking up, like not even saying. He'd stand up and go walk and have pieces of paper and just be explaining what the hell, you know. I'm just like, dude, what, huh? I don't know. It just seems to me like like condescending. Like he's just, I don't know. I just, it bugs me. It irks me.
I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can.
Your watchers and your listeners.
As far as Mr. Kohlberger,
your watchers and your listeners and things like that.
Student, Washington State University, and has an apartment residence over in Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He's being held
Kelly.
and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also.
When you deal with the MPVD often, you might get used to talking to people. Oh, maybe. Oh, that's good. Yeah, probably. Like, come on, Billy. You know better, Billy. What the fuck you doing, Billy? Come on. You know you're supposed to put on booties and gloves before you walk in there, Billy. Come on.
Provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point,
oh, Lynn, look at that.
State, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office.
Right, Lynn? They didn't have the DNA on there yet, so they couldn't get the arrest warrant. Right, Lynn? Right?
If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your
no
patience.
DNA.
I understand that's just the way
equals no works. PCA, man. Not for this shit. Nope.
Once he gets here,
no DNA,
he'll have
no
an initial
PCA.
appearance with our magistrate. They'll deal with issues such as making sure competent counsel is representing him, and the case will be scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So,
well, thank you for the history lesson while we're going through this, sir. Okay, thank you.
Pay attention to what's going on in court.
Yeah, we will
have people there.
We
watch and hear what's being said.
Yeah, we do.
As an attorney, myself, and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom.
You know what? One thing I never saw when I was out there. You know, one thing I never saw, and I'm kind of upset in a way. I never saw. Out of all the stores that I was in, I never saw any of these fucking cut off sweaters. And I keep seeing them. And I'm like, how did I never see these cut off sweaters? What's up, D. Marie? Ticket 65. I never saw one. I'm kind of jealous. How do you get one with the Moscow logo on that? I wonder if you can order that. Get the wear the Moscow logo. Maybe instead of hoodies. Oh my gosh. Should I just start wearing cutoff sweaters instead of hoodies? A vest? A vest? I don't wear the shit, so I don't know what. I thought it was just a cutoff sweater. I don't wear the shit. I don't know. I don't go to the store and go, I want to get a sweater that doesn't have sleeves. I don't. I don't. Sweater vest. There we go. I don't go to the store and look for a sweater that doesn't have sleeves. I just don't do it. I mean, I have hoodies. if it's cold enough for me to have thickness right here, to keep me warm, because that's the point of wearing a sweater, then why do I not need my sleeves? I don't. A cutoff sweater. I'm just thinking of a cutoff t-shirt. I wear cutoff t-shirts all the time because I hate having t-shirts underneath my. I just it drives me nuts. That's why I always wear cutoffs. I hate having the cloth. Grandpa sweater vest. A crop top. Isn't that where it's missing the bottom part of the t-shirt? Not the sleeves. The crop top, isn't a crop top where it's missing the bottom part? Mid drift. Oh shit. Yeah, no, I said that doesn't have sleeves. Nobody said anything about. Nobody said that CJ's going to be wearing a shirt with sleeves and you can see my belly button. Nobody said that. That's odd. No, I'm talking about what Bill Thompson. There's no sleeves on it. So if I wear a cutoff t-shirt, I'm just calling it a cutoff sweater. What do you do with a cutoff t-shirt? You cut the sleeves off, right? So the cutoff sweater, you cut the sleeves off. Why would you not have sleeves on it, though? If you're wearing a sweater, it doesn't make sense. I need one. I'm sorry. I don't give a. You'll never like. You can go through all these photos. There's no picture. What the? Who wearing a shirt that's like up to here? Like, what is that? That's weird shit, man. Larry the Cable Guy? No, it's either I wear a t-shirt with no sleeves or nothing. Why would I wear half a fucking t-shirt? That don't make no sense.
So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated, this
no
is not
sleeves
the
or
end
none. Shit.
of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning.
Well, picture it
We
on
all now
somebody else,
know
Kelly,
the
because it
name
wasn't
of the
me.
person who's been charged with these offenses.
That's somebody else's
Please
picture
get
for
that
you.
information out there.
Not me.
Please ask the public, anyone who
The
knows
puff
about
ones.
this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything
Oh,
you know about
shit.
him to help
That's
the
funny.
investigators and eventually
That's
our
funny.
office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual,
Oh,
but
prayers.
what
Melissa.
happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
See, that what he said. Oh, but yeah, you picture other people.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills.
All
I
right,
serve as the
Kedrick.
director of the Idaho State Police, and
Yes, you do.
certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today.
Again, he looks like, I'm telling you right now, I need help with this because I haven't figured it out yet. He looks like somebody off of Family Guy. Oh, shit, nothing half-assed. That's a crazy dream right there. Oh, I did grow up in the 80s, and I was not in favor of the half tee, never was in favor of the half tee. Like I said, I either had a shirt that didn't have sleeves or I didn't wear one. That was it. A shirt with no sleeves or I didn't wear one. Did I see him around? Of course I seen him around. I even seen the neon ones that had like the holes in it, you know? But I'm sorry, everybody. I wasn't on Venice Beach lifting weights, all right? That just wasn't me. I wasn't on Venice Beach lifting weights in the 80s. I was chilling in front of my basketball hoop, practicing basketball nonstop. That's what I was doing. So I was either wearing a shirt with no sleeves or nothing. I was not on Venice Beach.
Tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back.
Right, Space?
The only thing that we can do in law
Give me some
enforcement
credit,
to honor
people.
their
Give me some
memories that
credit.
we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion.
I would hope you'd
This has
all
been a
think
very
I'd have
difficult
better
time for
taste
the
than
families,
a crop top.
the university, the community, and the state of Idaho.
Oh, hell no, Kelly.
However, it is also proven
Oh.
that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you,
guys are crazy,
the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry,
Oh, shit.
his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police
Oh,
Department
fuck.
for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania.
Okay, listen, if you guys want, I can make special orders of clip-on fry crop tops if you want, okay? Just let me know. We can make some special we can make some special cheap fry cheap fry crop tops if you want. Oh boy. You guys are too much.
Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us
You guys
as
are
well.
too much. Oh,
As
I
Bill
can really
shared,
breathe here.
this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate
what's
what
up,
he shared, that this is not an ending, but
No,
rather a
what's
new
up,
beginning.
Swamp?
The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared, Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here.
Oh, God.
The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were
Can't
forged
even
have led to
focus.
this. And based on that,
Can't
is why
even
we're here
focus.
today.
I think it's 68.
And we
What's
continue
up?
to believe
What's up,
that the
Swamp
best
Side?
way we can honor these 4 lives
Oh my gosh, I can't even
is
focus.
to make sure that we have a successful outcome here.
Oh, I can't even
One of the
focus.
partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
I gotta. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have absolutely no idea what the fuck he just said. Oh man, I gotta pause that for a minute. Whew. We gotta pause. Oh, my sinuses. Sorry. Hey, you guys just give me the measurements and I'll make sure you get the right crop top, okay? Oh, I'm gonna be coming up here in the next week or so. I'm just gonna take a quick pause real quick. Coming up in the next week or so, I'm going to be taking some time away from the show because I'm going to be focused on trying to, instead of having a website, since we're speaking about the t-shirts and stuff, instead of having a website, I'm going to be using, I'm going to have my own Facebook page for the merch. So that way you guys can see the pictures. It's going to have a different album for the products and then a different album for anybody that does purchase it and they want to take a photo. They can send in a photo and with the merch on, and we'll go ahead and display those just so people can see what it looks like in, out in the open or in a setting or something like that. So I am going to be taking in the next week or so, I'm going to be taking some time away, whether it's evening shows or morning shows, or even maybe a whole day or two. I'm going to be focused on trying to get the whole Facebook store completely done in one swoop. That way, once it's available for everybody to purchase, it'll just boom, everything will be right there for everybody, and then we'll just hit the ground running. I'll also, if there's any other content creators, they can also use my store as theirs if they would like to, and we will have separate sections for those as well. So, just as a heads up, here in the next week or so, week and a half, somewhere around there, I'm going to be taking a little bit of time off, but it's just going to be focused on getting this store completely done and then ready in one swoop, because it's not going to be but just a couple weeks. It's not going to be, I'm going to be honest with you, it's been a long time. It's something that's been in the process and been in the works and been working at for a while, and I'm glad to say here in the next week or two is we're going to be opening everything up for anybody to be able to purchase, and it's going to include the prices, the different options for customizations, things like that. So you're going to be able to get a lot of information. That's where you're going to place your orders from. And so once I do open that, I'm going to have Nightbot also drop a link for that. So then you can also see the link in chat, or you can just go to the Facebook store. So if you don't have Facebook, I'm also going to use Stream Elements, where you can just go, but I'm not going to have anything for sale. It's just going to be photos of the items, and then you can contact me the same way you would contact me on the Facebook store. So you'll all be able to contact the same way and place orders the same way. It'll just be, I know some people don't have Facebook, but they do have the internet, obviously. So I'm going to have that, and I'll be using Stream Elements for that, for the store for there. But you can't, that'll just have prices and the photos, and then it's not going to include any of the personal photos that somebody would want to take a picture of the back of the shirt out in the sun, or who knows, whatever, but yeah, that'll be coming here soon. So closer to 2 weeks than one. Here's Mr. Green, the fake crying.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I
Scott
suppose
Green,
I could.
President.
I suppose I could. I mean, I'm gonna have the first clip-on fry T-shirt. I'm gonna have here in a couple days. Actually, I'm gonna have a T-shirt and a hoodie with Evil CJ on it, and every clothing item is gonna have its special Evil CJ signature on there. So we'll be doing that. But no, it's not. Nope. Nope, not that. But you can have that. But no, I'm gonna be having a hoodie and a T-shirt with like my signature, my own shit. I need to start wearing my own hoodies. My own hoodies, and we will be.
As you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious
All right,
work.
let's go to Mr.
lives that
Brain.
have been
This fake shit right here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President, University of Idaho. Today's news and arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community,
Yeah,
and
I
our
could probably
extended
model my
Vandal
merch. Why not?
family.
Why
The
not?
outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. They provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to
He
our
probably has already, Kelly.
kindness is contagious and provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness.
Hey, if there's any sleuthers out there, you know how much Mr. Green, I mean Daddy Green, was partying with the students. I bet you there's a picture out there with a crop top already, Kelly. I bet you Daddy Green has a crop top picture already while he's holding the shot. What? I bet you. Watch. We'll have our show tonight. We'll have our show tonight. And watch, somebody has a picture of Daddy Green in a crop top. Watch.
We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus.
You
and
needed
focus on
financial
helping our
support.
students and our employees in the wake of the crimes.
You didn't need financial support. It was called you didn't want to pay for it. That's like, I want to tell you some shit. This is some real shit that I went through. This is some real shit that I went through. This is some bullshit. This is the PR bullshit. When COVID first started, remember all the people that weren't, quote, essential got to chill at home and collect more money than they were making when they were usually at their job, right? Making way more money at home, way more than when they were going to their job, which, hey, I mean, let's be real. It was COVID. The shit was scary. Everything was locked down. If I would have had the opportunity, damn straight I would have. I probably would have made my YouTube show earlier. But the people that were having to, essential, because if you were, quote, essential, you didn't get to do that. You didn't get to do that. Well, I was working at an essential business. The government was giving businesses money for essential businesses and rewarding businesses with kickbacks and tax breaks and money for having an essential business and people where they had to have so many work hours performed in order to qualify for this amount, this amount, this amount, this amount. And when I tell you guys that there was almost a 2-year period where it was 60, 65, 70, 60, 50, 60, like crazy amounts of hours while we were going through the COVID stuff, while we were all getting sick, It was for money. Why did we work so many hours when we really weren't? You should have saw the shit that didn't get sold. There was so much shit that got made that didn't even get sold. It was so you could qualify for those hours as an essential business, and the more hours that business qualified for, the more money that they got. So when it comes to Mr. Green talking about needing assistance, bullshit, bro. You didn't need assistance. You just wanted to get the free money. What are you talking about? Sorry, that just reminded me of the beginning of the whole COVID ordeal and how I was
Good
like,
afternoon, Scott Green.
how I was like, damn, man, I'm having to work 70 fucking hours. I'm being exposed to all this COVID shit. And I'm running myself because I'm sick. I'm not feeling good. You're working 70 fucking hours. You're not feeling good. While there's like 90 fucking percent of your neighborhood that's just chilling. It's like, what the fuck is wrong here? It was tough.
President, University of Idaho. Today's news and arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time.
No, they're like, you're making all this overtime. It's like, dude.
It helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community.
I don't care about,
Kindness
I
is
want sleep.
contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our
Crop
campus
glasses.
and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
I don't understand why he was even up there saying anything when this is the arrest of Koberger. What the fuck?
Lives that have been taken is to make sure that
Let me listen to that.
have
Well,
a
I'm trying to
successful
find
outcome here.
the relevance
One
of
of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
what does this have to do with?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President, University of Idaho. Today's news and arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes.
The state gave
We
him.
also appreciate the Idaho State Police.
The state gave him money. The state? What? So the state gave him the money.
community and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. They
Help
provided the
sustain
strength
you?
that helped us navigate the international
You needed the fucking money to sustain. What the hell?
scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community.
To sustain?
Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and
Yeah, like you're going to one of those check cashing places. Like, come on, man. What the University of Idaho. Oh yeah, that's right. The University of Idaho received $1 million from the state for extra security. That's right. There was a video.
Now, this update comes as the University of Idaho will receive $1 million from the state of Idaho for extra security costs that followed the deaths of those 4 students.
In our commitment to bring you more to every story, we take a closer look at
Patty.
what the funding was used for. Krem 2's Amanda Rowley obtained a copy of estimated expenditures for the University of Idaho. She is joining us live in the newsroom tonight with those details. Amanda?
The University of Idaho's request for $1 million in funding for extra security costs was approved unanimously by the state's budget committee.
And they're saying they can't afford the fucking security? Come on.
It's a one-time supplemental funding separate from funds the Idaho governor allocated to the homicide investigation.
Whoa.
The Idaho legislature's Joint Finance Appropriations Committee members all agreed the University of Idaho would get its request for $1 million.
The House vote is unanimous.
The supplemental funding would go to the university for services relating to the increased security on campus following the deaths of 4 U of I services. Go to the university for services relating to the increased security on campus following the deaths of 4 U of I students. The request listed support from Idaho State Police, a safe shuttle service, increased security, counseling services, and a campus vigil.
Well, I think everybody in the state.
They paid for the fucking vigil? What? The state of Idaho paid for the vigil for the fucking University of... They paid for the vigil?
Counseling services and a campus vigil.
Well, I think everybody in the state was horrified that this could happen on one of our university campuses.
Idaho State Senator Jeannie Ward Engelking was one of the Budget Committee's unanimous votes in favor of the funding.
I thought the university did a really nice job of being flexible and trying to provide the right fit for every student and ensure that they felt safe.
Not only did she watch these events unfold as a state lawmaker, she's a grandmother as well. 2 of Senator Ward Engelking's grandchildren attend the U of I.
We were certainly very concerned when the incident happened in Moscow. We were very worried.
The university shared a list of how the $1 million in funding has been used and will be used through the end of the school year in May. Several $100,000 went toward Idaho State Police, their meals and lodging, third-party security, increased campus security, crisis media consultants, and consultants for a review of campus security and policies.
It must have been just devastating to all of them, and yet they stepped up and they took care of our children.
The university's expenditures also include counseling and crisis support provided to students and staff.
The university says the vigil it hosted on campus cost nearly $13,000. A spokesperson with the university told me that amount is typical for large events, drawing in thousands of people. They say the vigil incurred.
They weren't giving you fucking corn dogs and Pepsis. What are you talking about? 13,000? They're not handing out fucking Pepsis and corn dogs. What are you talking about? They barely even had fucking lighting. It was barely even lit. Yeah, they didn't even put a reward out. What the? What's up, Audrey? What's up, Bread? Liberator? That's up. Wink, wink, ching, ching. What's up? They paid for the vigil. $13,000. I mean, listen, if they were giving out free corn dogs, I would have got one because I love corn dogs from the fair or from any street event. You know, I love corn dogs. I love corn like any other place. It's okay. But man, you go to a fair or a street event, I love me some corn dogs. And I didn't get one. And trust me, if they would have been giving them out, I'm not too big of a fan of Pepsi, but if they were giving out corn dogs, shit, I would have been. I smell corn dog. Where'd it go? I smell a corn dog. Yeah, I would have found it. $13,000. That's ridiculous. Funnel cakes. I don't know. I don't know. Corn dog. Where's it at? Where's it at? Thank you, Caddy. Thank you for the information. Appreciate you. We're going to go into that tonight, too. We're going to be going into a whole bunch of it's going to be a grab bag full of stuff. Some stuff we were going over through these episodes through the week in the case chat sections and some other stuff that we haven't even showed or talked about yet. We're going to be going into some stuff the next 2 nights. A lot of shit we're going to be talking about. Just a grab bag full of everything.
A highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes.
Man, now I want some corn dogs.
We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise.
Oh my gosh.
Across the board.
I need to try that.
Highly competent personnel worked
that sounds
this case
good.
to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
I just don't understand why he was even fucking standing up there. This is arrest for Brian Koberger. What are you even doing up there, bro? We needed the money. Thank you so much, Idaho. Bro, that's why you had a non-disclosure agreement too, because you didn't want the fucking state to see how much money you really fucking had. You're gonna buy. Give me a break. I'm done talking about his ass. And you know what? Space Junkie. Wouldn't that be cool? Get an evil CJ Fryer. No, we'll just get a logo. We'll get stickers and shit. Corn Daddy Green. I'm kind of hungry for corn dogs now, honestly. That sucks. Because then that means I have to, like, go get some. and I'm doing a show. There's no way I could even cook during a show, and I would hate to run, even have an oven on while I'm doing a show after all that shit that took place a few months ago. I just don't understand what he was even up there talking about. Let's see. I'm surprised that I haven't said nothing. There's no commentary from me or the guest, and I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear what we say afterwards, the MSM. Then we're going to be going to when the PCA came out and then the read through of it after this part. Corn dogs. Probably a ton, Katrina.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill
You
Thompson
can't tell
explained,
nobody nothing.
any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohlberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court.
Yeah, we're not answering your
Please
questions.
formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
There was no gag order at this time. No. There was no gag order at this time. The gag order came after. There was no gag order. Not right here. It's the PCA is sealed. The PCA is sealed, but there's no gag order right now. The gag order the gag order is yet to come. They ain't gonna answer shit. He knows what's coming.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect?
They didn't know anything, Beckles.
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation.
I don't think they knew
we won't
anything.
be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as
Let me go back to her question again. Hold on.
Across the board.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone,
This
as
is a joke.
Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained,
We're not gonna tell
any
you nothing.
Factual information regarding the arrest of Kohlberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
You know why Green is standing there and why he's always around, because that's how he's finding out what the fuck is going on. That's how he's finding out what the hell's going on in the background. He's hanging out with them in the room before they go do the press conference while everybody's talking together. He's standing back there making sure people do their fucking job. He's not even standing with Thompson. He's chilling behind the flag there. Look, the flag's in front of him. He's backwards and behind a flag. Need to fix your tie, bro. That's how he knows what's going on behind closed doors. Influences. There's no record of conversation because nothing's on paper or on a phone to be recorded. Yeah.
Lauren Patterson.
Why are you
Northwest
standing
Public
behind a
Broadcasting,
flag,
Spokane
right?
Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
What piece of evidence led you all the way from Idaho to Pennsylvania? You have him arrested now. You can't say? You didn't want to tip him off before. You didn't want to tip him off before. Now you can't say, whoops, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm mixing current commentary with prior. My bad. AG, we did try to get that confirmed last summer, and there was nothing. I haven't seen anything. I haven't had anybody send me anything. There was just a bunch of talk. But last summer, me and a couple other people, we were trying to figure out if there was some kind of way, but we never found anything. So it's, as far as we know, it's just talk. Even if you remember, AG, even the pole in the back in the parking lot, right by the parking lot, that pole was supposed to have something too. No, it didn't. We didn't see nothing. If it's a newer post, I'm not sure which one was it. Send it to me, AG, and we'll take a look. We'll go into it tonight. Let me write that down.
Pennsylvania.
As I've said in the past,
Oh,
it's
you
part of our
sent it to me
investigation,
already a couple
and,
days
we
ago,
won't be
didn't you?
releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have
What's up,
them
Sia?
as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
100%.
What I can tell you is we
Brett.
have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this.
Bro, you need to update your speech because you just arrested him. You don't have to say that no more. You got to update your speech. They ain't answering shit. You can't even answer what led you from Idaho to PA. Give me a break.
We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
The PC, this is what I don't understand. You know the PCA is coming out in a few days. You know this. So why don't you just answer what you put in the PCA? Because you know the PCA is coming out. You know what's going to get released. Why don't you just say what was in the PCA? Why do you have to say, that's information that we're keeping close for the integrity of the investigation? You've already wrote it down on a piece of paper that's going to be put out into the public in a few days. Why just not say it? The evasiveness is horrible.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Koberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Koberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part,
you can't answer. Yeah, AG. Yeah, we had looked into this last summer. Never really. As far as I got with it, it was just speculation talk. And we did it. There was somebody that went out there on location last summer, and there was nothing there. And when I was there, I didn't see anything that would have had any kind of even a staging area. I mean, when you're looking down there, I mean, what are you recording? You know, if you do have a camera there. Number two, there's nothing back on the poles in the parking lot. There's not a camera in the pole next to the property. There's not any cameras on those poles. That was a lot of the stuff that we were looking through back then when it came to that particular story about, you know, some camera that was set up on a tripod, but I don't know. If there was some kind of if there was some kind of timestamp with a video or a picture or something like that, or, then, but other than that, it's just something that I've seen on social media. I haven't even going to the site and looking for the extra stuff beyond that, you know, with the light poles or the poles, not necessarily light poles because there's no light back there, but the poles that are back there that supposedly had cameras on them too. I just didn't see it.
That's part of our investigation.
If it was a camera class. But I don't know. What are they recording? I haven't had any. Nobody's sent me. I've never got any documentation. I've never got any. And I've been waiting a long time. But I just never had. I never found, or, and anybody that I worked with has never found or received anything for confirmation of that. So, yeah. I mean, if there is, let me know. I would love to see it, seriously, because it's something that we explored last summer, you know. So if there is anybody, I would love to go through it and check it out for real. Because there was something. Steve G didn't say 1126. He just said another camera that was on the house. So I just went to the part that it was from 1126 because I don't know, what other camera would there be? Maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe that's it. But it was nothing that we could get. It was something that we were going through for a while in the summer, springtime. Never got anything that we could get confirmed or had any kind of information sent to any of us either. Yeah.
And it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana
Yeah.
Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohlberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That would be part of your investigation if he got into somebody else's custody and asked if anybody else was released. How is that part of your fucking investigation? I don't know. Am I coming from a weird spot here? What's up, Eric? How is it part of your Nevada? How you doing? How is it part of your investigation when somebody gets apprehended and they ask, or if they ask, is that the only person that was arrested? Why is that part of your the fucking bullshit? It's part of the investigation. We can't. Dude, you don't want to answer shit.
Soon into the investigation, did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohlberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up,
Good
how many
question.
tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohlberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohlberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation, and that will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online
Damn, he just lets reporters control the fucking press conference. Look at this, people. This, like the other ones that we watched, but he's like, okay, I had a next question, please. And then she goes, one more question. And then he sits there and listens to her. He is a pushover in press conferences, yo. Oh, I would have fun with Fry. Shit. I would have fun with Fry.
Soon into the investigation, did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Koberger as a
Oh
potential
boy,
suspect?
I'd be
And
like,
a
oh,
follow-up,
hey, Frat. Good
how many
question.
tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Koberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Okay, here's the lady that takes over.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohlberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
You're not
Did
sure.
CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're.
Mr. Green shook his head and said thank you to that lady for asking that question about web sleuths. He looked at her and like mouthed thank you and shook his head and smiled.
That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
Why were they even there in the first place?
That's
then?
part of the investigation. Exactly. As we continue the investigation, but what we still
I don't
ask
know.
is
You know
for
what I mean?
people to continually send us things in the.
There you go, CJ.
We are still looking.
You're
for
questioning,
information,
bro.
trying to
What the
build that
hell?
Picture just like we have
Whoa.
stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together.
Okay, that must be her mic feed or something. I was wondering, I'm like, what the hell's that sound?
Together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will.
Sorry, I'm focusing on, I think it's a vacuum or something running. Hold on. Let me go back. I need to hear that question again.
Chief, have you identified a motive?
Why were they even there in the first place?
That's
then?
part of the investigation, and that will
Exactly.
as we continue the investigation. But what we still
I don't
ask
know.
is
You know
for
what I mean?
people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along.
Oh no,
We're
you can
putting
hear
all the
her
pieces
feed and
together, and that will
echo too.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what
He is not
told you today?
controlling that whatsoever.
Are you talking to victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victims.
Or whose families do you think she's? Man, he's like, next question, and then he goes right back to, dude. That's when you're like, next question, and then you go to the person and say, go ahead, please. Like, dang, dude, you can't even control the press conference. How are you controlling your PD? How are you controlling your PD when you can't even control the reporters, bro? You can't even control the reporters. How are you controlling your
Have you
PD?
identified a motive?
Why were they even there in the first place?
That's
then?
part of the investigation, and
can't
that
even
will
control your
come out
Exactly.
as we continue the investigation. But what we still
I don't
ask
know.
is
You know
for
what I mean?
people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking to victims' families?
Duh.
Yeah, we have reached out to the victims' family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for? Like,
Yeah, because you
I would
just
say
arrested him.
anything and everything. As we've said all along,
As we've said,
know what
as
tips
we've
we're looking
said.
for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are
Yeah.
you glad that you did that, and were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from
Damn, he's getting angry. You know why? He's getting angry at that question because he remembers. See, when she just asked him that question, it put him back in time where he remembered all the people talking shit the whole time about him fumbling the fucking investigation. The people on YouTube, the people even on mainstream media were jumping because of the fumbaloo. The local media was jumping on him because of the fumbaloos. Woo! Did he get defensive about that question? I will 100% stand by how we handled this investigation. Because they were remember? Everybody, I mean, mainstream media was even talking shit because none of it made sense to anybody about how quiet they were being. And then all of a sudden, boom! 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th. Bam, 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 bam. Why? We look like the good guys, though. Oh, hell no. Defensive as
the victims'
shit.
families. Yeah, we have reached out to the
Oh, are you
victims' family as we always do.
He goes like this. He goes, "Oh, are you talking about the victims' families?" Oh, yeah. And then the next question. I 100% stand by how, and he's looking at everybody. This whole time he's looking down. He's kind of, this time he's looking at everybody, telling them how he feels so strong about how they did it the way they were supposed to.
We've done that daily, and we've continued with that.
Here it goes.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information
not
they
yet.
have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out
Well,
for?
let me
like, if they have
rewind.
something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips.
Yeah,
and
he's
we
all
will,
calm.
have professionals look at those and decide
we'll
which
have
pieces
professionals look
of those we need to use for our case.
Yeah.
So we ask
Yes.
that everybody would do that.
Yeah.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman.
Oh, here it goes.
Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that
here
you
he
did
goes.
that, and were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
Oh, look at Bill Thompson in the back. Oh shit! What? Hold on a minute, everybody. I gotta find this. Let me get the real one. This is KTVB. Hold on. I already have it in a playlist. Give me 1 second. We gotta watch this on full screen. I gotta show you this shit. Ooh, look at Bill Thompson. He grins and nods right before Fry answers this question. Watch this shit. KTVB. All right, KTVB.
These individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how.
They've told you today.
Are you talking the victim's family?
Okay, here we go. Watch
Yeah,
this.
we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued to.
Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta shrink it down.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have.
Okay,
Can
hold
you
on,
speak
just
at all
watch.
about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Good. This is good. I mean, we're just doing the zoom in on this part, and then we're gonna go back to the old episode. Okay. This right here. You got the zoom in on his fucking face. Watch Fry get angry, and then right at the end of the question, watch Bill Thompson's face, his grin, and then watch him shake his head like, "Oh yeah, Fry's gonna let him have it." Watch. Oh my gosh. You can see that look like he's going to go, "Yep, Fry's going to let him have it."
Angela Palermo, Idaho statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took
Watch
a lot
his
of flack for
mustache.
keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that, and were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our
Oh, look at that. Look at
arriving
the
on scene.
Look at the gloss in his eyes now. Look at the gloss in his fucking eyes now. Look, it's not that gloss.
And other investigators on the case took a lot of
Watch
flack
the
for
gloss
keeping
just come to
information
his
close to your
eyes.
chest. Are you glad that you did that, and were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind.
Look at
the
the
way that we
gloss
handled this
now.
investigation. And this all started from day one with our
Look at
patrol
the gloss.
officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI, and keeping information that was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation.
31 minute. Here's the link to this episode. To this KTV video. 31-minute timestamp. You can see Thompson grin, shake his head, right as the question's being asked, right towards the end, and then Fry just goes off. And man, you see him. He says one sentence. It gets a little glossy as he's saying his first sentence, and then after that first sentence, the gloss just goes boom right in front of your face. Crazy. Crazy, crazy.
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police. Calling in
It
the
started with
FBI,
you calling it a
and-
murder
and
suicide.
information,
Whatever, dude.
this case
Sorry.
very, tight. We
Here, I
want
should move
to
on.
have a situation where when this goes to trial, there's no doubt that we've done everything right and we've slowed down and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And
For
I
all.
will say that we
They're still looking for all pieces of evidence. Well, then how'd you get this arrest? If you're still looking for this evidence, how'd you get this arrest? Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for trial. I can't wait for trial. And I didn't get my lotto ticket the other night. Damn it.
we have found an Elantra.
I need to live there. I need to go stay there for this damn
Well, at least
trial.
he gave us that.
Tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect.
I can tell you, for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day, that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don, you back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify?
All he knows, it's like he's being told. You know what? The dude, they didn't run this investigation. They didn't run this investigation. He's just answering shit. I bet you he doesn't even know. I don't know. The way he's talking, it's almost like he's some kind of assistant. Like he's some kind of assistant. Like, well, I haven't been told that yet. He's answering questions. He's answering questions like the president is out of town and something happened and the vice president has to get up in front of the crowd and answer questions. It's almost like, well, I'm not the lead guy, so I can't be honest with you. I can't, and that's what I've been told. That's what I've been told. Like, I don't know. It just seems like some assistant manager shit, not somebody that runs the fucking company.
By where that was found, and we know that was one of the biggest pieces.
Yeah,
of
like he
information
don't
you were
know.
Asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
Chief Len Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. The additional police presence in town and on campus, semester's coming. Is that going to continue?
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. We're talking to
Tony
as well. You will see a presence of us.
Excuse
that
me.
We're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that, so you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. I'm going to take two more questions.
Oh no, the vacuum. What is going on?
Can you
lady?
tell us if you eventually had a license plate number?
That is not my feed. I'm just being straight up with you.
to
That's
your
not me.
life and how you tracked it?
Oh my lord, what was going on
That's
over
still
there?
part of the investigation that will come out.
What was she doing? Vacuuming?
Chief, hi, Matt Lovelace with the Merle College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Koberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if he returned to campus after November 13th? And have you had any communication with departments on the WSU campus about his attendance?
So some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation. We'll be asking some of those questions, but that'll come out in the near future. So what I do want to do is I want to thank you all.
Yeah. What I
You
do
really
want to
have
do is
been
get the fuck
the
out of
national
here, right?
voice for us. You've given us the opportunity to get many, many tips, and I do appreciate everything you've done, and we'll continue to look forward to working with you in the future on this. So I'd like to thank you for that, and thank you for your time.
And he's out, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't. What? These press conferences. There's
Well,
a
that
couple,
was that was about as informative as I thought it would be.
Oh,
They're not giving
yeah.
info. They still need people
Oh, my
to.
Lord.
They still want people to give information to make that connection. By the way, somebody was just asking about courts in the camera or cameras in the courts. I just looked up what the procedures are in Idaho. There are special rules for cameras in the court. A judge can restrict that there would be no cameras or recording equipment It has to be prior approved. And it also talks about that if you have to get advance approval to be inside the courtroom, and unless the judge specifically allows for more, only one still photographer and one camera operator would be allowed in a courtroom.
Wow.
So there are restrictions there, and the court could not allow that to happen. So just to share that out there. But it's awful interesting. It's like, you know, I agree. I think it's the FBI's credit to hunt down that vehicle. We know about him in Washington. We know the vehicle's found in Philadelphia. They take that vehicle. They're not going to tell us anything. I mean, that's why I pretty much prepared our expectations to be lowered before that press conference happened. That all they're, going to tell us is that. But I think it's key to push out there that they're still looking for information. So if somebody knows about this guy and knows him from Philadelphia or knows him from, the Washington University, or even in Idaho, if they know that he hanged out there or was talking to people or whatever, obviously they're going to check social media, see if he communicated with any of them and knew any of them. So
I miss my blue light.
I hope it is just this one person. It's interesting if it is true that even the press asked if other people were in jail. So that's curious. If other people were arrested, what they asked them during the press conference. So that's a curious question.
We need to fry that. Were you vacuuming? You?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
It must have been. It must have been on the. It must have been somebody on the press conference. Then. Yeah, but that was.
No, I was on mute while the press conference was going on.
I wanted to kind of go over what.
Oh my gosh.
Chief Fry said. I know he didn't say much. I just want to.
Were you vacuuming?
Clue in on.
I don't take to him very well. How do you feel about him?
I don't either.
I mean,
I don't either.
I don't.
Ever since the beginning, it's okay.
I gotta hear that.
Yeah, or knows him from, the Washington. Or knows him from. So that's a curious question.
We need to fry that. Were you vacuuming?
Who?
You?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
It must have been. It must have been on the. It must have been somebody on the press conference.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but that was.
No, I was on mute while the press conference was going on.
I wanted to kind of go over what.
Chief
Fry said. I know he didn't say much. I just want to
gosh.
clue in on.
I don't take to him very well. How do you feel about him?
I don't either.
I mean,
I don't either.
I don't.
Ever since the beginning, it's okay. Ever since, it was one thing when they came out and said it was a murder-suicide, right? But then after that, the way that he has been so confident that they're doing everything the right way from the beginning, that's when it all started rubbing me off the right way, because it's like, when have you
wrong
fucking
way.
heard of an unaliving of somebody? Like, if they say the crime scene is what it is, right?
This is from back
How
then,
in the
everybody.
hell do you come to a conclusion where somebody unalived themselves by doing this a shit ton?
See what I'm saying? This is shit that I've been saying, that this is a show from 12:30. I was less than 2 months old on YouTube shows, on my own show, and I'm sitting there saying it from then. Like, I've been sketched from the beginning. How do you come to a conclusion where you're calling this an unalive themselves by doing this a shit ton of times and making it so? It didn't make sense to me. And then it's you've heard plenty of LE come out and say, hey, we were wrong about this, blah blah blah. Cool.
But this guy from the beginning is just like totally confident. We've been doing everything the right way from the beginning, yada yada. And that's when I started. It's soon after everything is when I started getting this really bad vibe with him. Just where I got the vibe where it was just like, dude, how can you be this unaware? I don't
Right.
know.
Yeah.
What kind of vibe did you get?
Been saying it from the beginning. It's fucking.
Well, I mean, I feel like
This is interesting.
at the beginning,
What is he gonna
I,
say?
I felt like he was overwhelmed at the beginning, and
Yeah.
he was throwing out a lot of information out there
Oh, my
that
Lord.
come later that wasn't true. So it
Yeah, back and
wasn't.
forth. Back and forth. Back
It
and
was,
forth.
and it was right at the beginning. I mean, they were the ones who decided, all the different scenarios that were being thrown out there weren't from sleuths out in the community saying it. It was from the actual police conferences and things that we were hearing. And so you go, oh, well, wait a minute. No, it's this. Oh, no, it was this. Oh, no, wait a minute. It was
Oh, the
targeted.
crack-
Oh, and then all of a sudden he made an important fact to say, well, we cleared this person and we cleared this person, we cleared this person. Like, man, how are they doing that? How are they doing all that when they keep changing
Everything so
the
quickly.
scenario and then come out and say, well, people are passing out false information. Well, some of that false information came from them. So that was part of the issue and stuff. I think I do think that any small town or anything that cannot handle a murder, I really feel like
Sorry
there
about
should be
the
an
crackle,
automatic
y'all.
that, like,
Not my feed.
if they're not big enough or haven't usually have
Sorry
murders
about
and
the
stuff like
crackle.
that,
It's not
FBI should just automatically be
Lord.
coming in.
That's a
You know
lot.
what I mean? They should just boom, just because you move quicker on that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think they have all. I don't think they have all of it. I don't think they have all of it just because they need help. I think more in making a connection to all four of them. Do you know what I mean?
they
I think that's what they're trying to do.
Like they still need a lot more information. And it's not YouTubers that were creating shit. It was YouTubers holding them to the fucking fire of what the hell they were saying 1 minute, changing it the next minute. And we were going, hey, wait a minute. Y'all ain't making sense. So, it's not. Now, there was a couple out there, and then we hear about the one that's
What's up,
getting
Just
sued and
Peachy?
stuff. There's a couple out there that were saying some shit that they shouldn't have. But most of the time, you go to any of these YouTube channels, whether you subscribe to them or not, you're going to these channels and they're talking real shit. I think it was just an excuse to push the blame off on somebody else why it was taking 70 fucking days to figure this shit out. Yeah, a lot of people,
Yeah.
and Christy B brought up a good point here a little bit ago. She says, I don't understand why they're.
See, I was maybe in the beginning of this episode, I was like, man, look at how fit he is. I bet he could pull this off by himself. I'm still not sucked into it completely.
out there. And then we hear about the one that's getting sued. and stuff.
It's
There's
always
a
been
couple out
sketch
there
from the
that were
beginning.
saying some shit that they shouldn't have. But most of the time, you
Always.
go to any of these YouTube channels, whether you subscribe to them or not, you're going to these channels and they're talking real shit. I think it was just an excuse to push the blame off on somebody else why it was taking 70 fucking days to figure this shit out. Yeah, a lot of people, and Christy B brought up a good point here a little bit ago. She says, I don't understand why they're hiding everything until a few years ago they were more transparent with the informations. The public has a right to know it, and they have not the right to hide it. And it's exactly true. A lot of these LE were always forthcoming with everything. And then it's like with each case that comes out the last couple years, with each new one that comes out, it's like less and less and less. And it's becoming the norm now where they're not saying shit. And that isn't right.
Well,
Christy
and
B is
we
totally
also, what else did we also learn? We also learned that the probable cause affidavit is sealed. Welcome to Delphi, right?
some
We
stuff-
had the same thing. That's what it first happened with Delphi 2 was that the probable cause affidavit was sealed. They brought it up. I feel like they are saying, hey, as soon as that comes available, you need to look at it. Because, right, it's to tell us some things, not everything, just like in Delphi, of how did did they get to him, right? What was the reason? We obviously know there's going to be a search warrant listed because they got to the apartment. We know that that they could seize materials because they towed away the vehicle. So, and I will say, I looked up the, because I could see that the probable cause wasn't in there, but I looked up and he doesn't have a, like a lot of charges for anything. Most everything that I've seen that he had charges for were dealing with just vehicle issues. Seatbelt violations,
And let's
speeding.
see. I mean, the public doesn't have a right to know about certain things, obviously, because they have to keep the investigation intact. I just think that. StreamYard cutting out. I just think that when it came to a profile and stuff like that, you had a lot of females in that community that needed some kind of information. You know what I'm saying? Chief Smiley. That's funny as hell. I watched something. I think he's done this before. Really, Allison?
He could have.
He just graduated.
I mean, how could he walk
He's
in and
graduated in May of 2022.
He's so fit. He could have done it by himself.
I think maybe this might have been his first one.
for his master's, though, right?
I think he I think he got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I think he got the knowledge of it all. I think he went to Washington State. You know what I'm saying? People don't know him. He's new to the area. He has a lot more anonymity over in that area compared to where he's from in PA. And I think this shit was probably planned before he got there. He knew what he wanted to do. And who knows, maybe the Thanksgiving holiday he's like, you know what? Thanksgiving holiday's coming up. School's going to be out until the first of the year. This is the perfect time. If I'm going to do it, this is the perfect opportunity to do it. And look how it turned out. I mean, the dude was able to go to PA. Nobody really suspect anything. It took LE trying to find the vehicle, VIN number, and all this other stuff. It took them 70 days to try and find him. I think this shit was planned out from the beginning. Definitely he could have done it before, but I don't know. With him graduating in May of 2022, then going to Washington State where nobody knows him at all, I think it was a lot of planning from the May 2022 up until the crimes took place. It wasn't who. He just eventually, during that time between May and when the crime took place, eventually picked his victims or targets. And then, I just feel like it'd be interesting to find out if he did, if there is more out there, for sure. But where, do you think he did it in PA while he was going to school and then came out to Washington to get away and then did this one?
Well, you know how you always hear, you know how you always hear about
profilers think that he did it
somebody
more than
who's that he sat here and
I hate wintertime.
You hear about people who
I
have
hate
studied
snow.
serial killers, and then they find out that the serial killer themselves actually studied other serial killers. So you wonder what his interest in criminology really is, especially when you see what he was trying to research.
Yeah,
He's
does
trying to
anybody have that?
research of who picked the victim, right? It's like how did you pick your victim? How did you do this? What did you? I mean, it's just like an outline of him prepping. I mean, it could have been that, his whole thing and obsession and everything with that and what his project and stuff was on was really what he was looking to figure out for himself. And then he committed this murder, or, again, like we said, was he a puppet master and, was there somebody else or other people else that were part of it? But I mean, I wouldn't doubt if he did something else. I would think your first murder of 4 people would be pretty serious. You know?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Let's see here. Yeah, if anybody has, I saw Chrissy B saying, or somebody was said something. If you saw what he was,
I love vacuuming
studying
myself.
and researching, it would. Does anybody have that? Yeah, it's all good.
So I think that's when we start, going into the research and all that other stuff. Here's the link if you want to check out this whole episode. This one is 5 hours and 30 minutes long. What's up, Crime Solver? Happy Friday. This episode was 5 hours and 30 minutes long. Man, this is kind of fun. Sitting there watching some of the old shit that, even though it was the day they arrested him, I'm like, damn, that's got to be, you would expect if they arrest him like that, then they got to have the right guy, right? But always questioned their tactics since the very beginning. Unalive, self-unalive statement. Community has nothing to worry about. All right, let me see here. Let's see. Now I'm going to share with you guys, and we'll be back later tonight for a show about everything we've been going into. And we're actually it's going to take 2 episodes to go through all the stuff that we've been going through in the case chats and all of the new stuff that we have. So it'll be tonight and tomorrow night. We're going to be going into a bunch of different stuff. Now, that was episode 60. Wow, and we're on 400. What are we at? 450 almost, I think. We're at almost 450 episodes for the show, I believe. Not too bad for under 2-month-old CJ on the YouTube show there. All right, let's get into the next one. This is episode 68. This is when the PCA was released, and it looks like it's just me, but I could have swore I had other people up on panel. I don't know. So here's the link to this one. Okay, and this is episode 68. Look at that. It only has like 100 views. Isn't that crazy? 21 likes and 169 views. Way old. All right, so this is episode 68. Oh, hold on one second. I got to get this. Let's copy that. This was January 5th, 2023. So let me get rid of that. Let's switch that up. All right, January 5th, 2023, and save. There we go. All right, we're going to check this one out. I think I have it already ready to go. We'll see. I'm not sure. I went ahead. Oh, the music, dude. Oh, no. Doing an early show. Another hour and a half on top of the normal. Oh, no. All right, let's watch sorry this about real the music. Quick. I just want to start it off with this. Now, I do have to say, I'm sorry about the music being so loud, everybody. It is not me right now. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Just say one thing. Looking at him like this.
Oh, here we go.
I thought the dude was skinny as shit at first. Then when we were watching him walk and leave out of the courtroom in Pennsylvania, I was like, that dude's he's got some thickness to him, you know. And then I'm looking at this one, and I'm like, damn, he looks skinny again. So
yeah, he does. He looks skinny from there.
Yeah, most everybody's Eastern, and then there's a couple different shock and trauma do crazy things to
cool.
people.
Nothing
Need to wait for trial. There's more. There's a story. I feel so sorry for her. There is always more to the story because there's redacted pages, and we don't even know what happened. And that is true. Shock and trauma do crazy things to people. And I'm not saying they don't, but we're again talking about 8 hours. And
come
we
on, man.
all, as human beings,
Come
have
on,
a
man.
moral obligation. If there is somebody getting hurt, if there's a crime being committed, we have a moral and a humanly obligation to contact the proper authorities.
I'm gonna say I'm kind of shocked actually because I didn't realize. I thought I was completely sucked into the MSM at this point. It's clear I wasn't. There's little things here and there where I'm like, yeah, oh my gosh, dude just got arrested. But man, I didn't realize I was questioning a hell of a lot more things than I was back then. I thought I was. That's interesting to me. I didn't know. I didn't remember questioning so many things even back when he was arrested. I thought it came later.
I'm not saying, hey, I
I
have
thought
my
it came
own
later. Huh.
things, one bucket, that I deal with. I'm not saying any of them is
That
an
music
excuse,
is
but what I'm
wild. I
saying
apologize
this is
about
8
that.
hours. Yeah. First time I was in Idaho, I saw a man walking with a shotgun, and it was like, what the hell? Oh yeah, that's right. You live over in the area, isn't that right, Cassie? Open carry state. They don't want vigilantes. Yeah, I seen him put that helmet on. And stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, this is his first court appearance.
I mean, we all have our own
Oh.
opinions. One bucket. Maybe she was passed out. Who knows? And that's what I'm saying. Maybe she was. But all I know is it was 8 hours. That's what I know. We know she saw and heard what she did and waited, and she may not have even called 911 at any time. And also, the friends were called first. So that's another thing. I'm just saying 8 hours. I'm just saying 8 hours. I can see you passing out or fainting or, you know what I'm saying, anxiety, all sorts of things. Oh, I'm sure shock. I mean, shit. You seen somebody walking in with a damn mask? Like the description that they had, I'd be in fucking shock too. Damn straight. And I can see people passing out and all that stuff, or having panic attacks or whatever. I mean, that's some crazy ass shit to see. You know what I mean? That would scare me. But I'm just saying, 8 hours. There's a read. There is. Yeah, there. That are valid.
I love this music, but Mishy Girl, I can't play it no more. I tried playing it, and here's the episode if anybody wants it. It cut off 2 things at the end. Hold on. Here, let me do this. It cut off 2 things at the end. I can't play it anymore because it gives me copyright. It gives me copyright swings. Not strikes, because you don't get shut down, but it gives me copyright like News Nation does whenever I play that song now. So this episode right here, because it's playing Feeding the Ducks on StreamYard, because I tried to play it a couple weeks ago. I was like, man, I miss this stuff. This was me, this music. And man, yeah. For a couple days I looked at my videos and I'm like, what the hell am I doing that I'm getting hit? Because usually I do pretty good avoiding those things and stuff, because really it takes as much time to prep a video as it does to clean all that shit up, just for one video. So I've learned over time how to kind of maneuver all that stuff so I don't have to have an hour or 2 hours of work afterwards just to do that. And I started to play it a couple weeks ago, and it freaking 3 episodes in a row. I was like, what? And then I looked at the parts where they were in. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's freaking Feeding the Ducks. It sucks. I miss it. I do miss it.
Just following the known facts. Hey, Bruin.
Space Age Punk Beat.
Where'd Bruin sneak
Yeah,
in
it
here?
takes the monetization.
Okay, here we go. What's up, Bruin? I didn't see you sneak in here.
And also when they're on Facebook, I'm not sure about Twitter, but when they're on Facebook, it mutes out all the audio. So it's like, what's the point of the fucking video if it mutes out all the audio? Because I mean, it used to be good. It's a StreamYard. It's on StreamYard. The only reason I picked it in the beginning because I was like, who's gonna play Feeding the Ducks? So that's the only reason why I picked it. And I was like, ooh, I like this beat. But everybody else, you go to the StreamYard, you go to the streams and you hear the same old shit from this one to this one. And I wanted to be different from the beginning. So that's when I was like, well, ain't nobody playing this shit. It's called Feeding the Ducks. And then boom. It becomes the tune that everybody recognizes the show from. And unfortunately, I can't, but we get to on this episode here.
All right, let me play this real quick.
So this is his court hearing. I'm not going to play that right now because it's just another 20 or 30 minutes, and we got about an hour and a half or so left on the show. I'm going to skip ahead to the part where we are reading the PCA that just came out. This old, undated newspaper clipping. Brian's mother. There's a lot of Brian's mother's stuff in here. Please search for link between. Okay, affidavit. Here we go. Give me 1 second. We'll have some special shows in the future where. Yes, cheers. We'll hit that up. Phantom, I got a question for you. Do you put rocks in your drinks, or is it oh my god temperature? Cassie, we can do live and help you with breathing. You want to drink? Oh yeah. Am I gonna come on? Let's get to reading. Affidavit here. Let's get to reading. I am gonna be reading. Come on, though, if that's cool with you guys. It's funny. He has a woman lawyer, and woman just, Mama, I'm having a C-section. Maybe I'll. Oh gosh. Mama Bear, oh my God, can we? Although she don't have to go through. Yeah, we can put you. They're talking about being pregnant. Oh my Lord! One big eyes, Captain and Coke here. Ooh, look at that, Phantom. Cheers. Am I gonna talk about the PCA or what? Cheers. Yeah, if anybody would like to hop up, more welcome. I fucking cry. All right, let's go through this. Let's go, man. Damn. Let's do it. Let's go. Is the music too loud? Yeah, it's too loud, bro. Oh, no, that sucks. Oh, I hate shoveling. Stay warm, seriously. Oh, gosh. Come on. So we could do a thick. Yeah. David, hold on. All right, hold on. David, hold on. On November, department in the official capacity by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Lata, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal. I was telling somebody was getting ready to have a baby, and I said that they could watch the show. They could watch the show, and if they needed help, I would help them over, over the show, just so they, And has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Here we go. CPL Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. 2:52 p.m. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker
And I responded approximately 4 p.m. I thought they were called out at noon. Am I confused? Yeah, why? I used to drink Hennessy and Sprite all the time. That was my drink for the longest, but I just started drinking wine the last couple years. I just stick to the wine now. I'll drink some Hennessy here and there. It's not that I get crazy or anything off of it. It's more of like a chill. I like Hennessy because I get a nice chill buzz out of it. This is for the walkthrough they did about. That's gonna get let's do typos. Let me see here. Okay, I'll just skip this. Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. Hereafter, the King Road residents to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Can I go bigger than this? Oh, nice. Look at that. I can zoom it in even more for. Nope. Yep, here we go. That's good enough. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's hereafter canoodle room. What? Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. So she was on the floor, so that's where the drips came from. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined to be caused by. Ooh, that's blanked out. To be caused by sharp force injuries. Let me get to chat here real quick. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the hen dog. It'll creep up on you.
Man, I'm still working off one screen. I can't see your chats while I'm reading this shit.
Going to have to leave for a while. Oh my gosh, lasagna, wrestling, rock on, be safe, stay warm. Thanks for hopping in, Dre. Please be safe. Eat some. Yes, you are awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so cool. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves, hereafter Goncalves' room. I later learned from the review of Officer Noon's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend, Blank. I found out from my interview with Blank on November 13th, 2022, that he and Goncalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both were deceased with visible stab wounds, so they were on the bed together. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. When viewed from the door, the sheath was later processed and had K-Bar USMC and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the bottom snap of the knife sheath. So that if it's on the bottom snap, that means that they got it where he was opening it, right? If it's on the left on the button snap. If it's on the button snap, then that means that he closed it, I guess, but it still is DNA, right? Left on the button snap. Okay. Okay. As part of the
I just said,
investigation, numerous
okay.
interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department
Okay.
officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Yeah, let me get to chat here real quick. Yeah, please hit the like real quick if you haven't yet. The night could have been closing it. That's what I was like. I was like, well, okay, but yeah, it could still be from closing it, but it is yours, and your phone is even pinged going back to the property around or driving by the property around 9 something in the morning. I mean, I'm going to keep reading on here. It's interesting. It was on the button. And yeah, sorry, I can't remember who said it in chat earlier about losing it during a struggle. And I could definitely see that if there was two on there on the bed, I would imagine one was probably a lot more stealthier and the other one was in defense. I'm just imagining. But then again, they could have been in the same bed too before they came in there, or he came in there. Or from closing it before he went to, yeah, that too. Yeah. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I've learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Carnudo are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus, approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. What? So there never was a missing. It literally, they were there from 9 to when they went home, right?
That's how it
Received by
reads,
BF.
CJ. That's how it
From
reads.
approximately 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. at the property then, right?
That's how it reads, CJ.
That's true too.
Like I said.
So they were there the whole time. Return to the King. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernoodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernoodle. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. Approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, Blank, reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4. This is with exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So that is true about that Jack in the Box. Rock on, you guys. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. So she could hear the third floor, which were located on the... So she could hear down there on the third floor? Wow. Huh. So there was no missing timeline. Wonder why Ellie was constantly saying they're trying to... Yeah, I know. Maybe to throw off? I don't know. That is weird, isn't it? Hey, Punk, see how you doing tonight? Yeah, but look, it says right here. Approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. So on the
Just
first
peachy.
floor, you can hear the third floor. What's up, Christy B? What's up? What's up, Punksy? How you guys doing?
I missed this. I might have to
that's
play
crazy.
this tonight.
You can hear from the basement. I can imagine what that poor girl was hearing.
I think we're going to play this song
I
tonight.
can imagine what that poor girl was hearing. If you can hear the third floor from the basement, oh my gosh. Dee was on the second floor. Kaylee's room was damn near right above her then. Oh, I thought these were the survivors in the basement. DM.
Here we
She was
go.
awoken at approximately
What?
4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves saying something to the effect of, "There's someone here."
A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed that this could have also been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So she was awake. Oh, okay. On the first floor, huh? Thank you, Kid Kitty. Yeah, like and subscribe to Punksy. Stillin had moved to the second floor room. Oh.
I'm just like, wait a minute.
Huh, okay.
This is different than what we were told. What?
I thought. Okay. DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom. Okay, hold on.
Well, in the PCA, that one of the roommates, and because it was Kaylee's dog, but what I've always thought, and even from the beginning of this case, I should go back in the future, go back to some of these old shows when the case first happened and kind of show how I was explaining where I get to the blue car parked in the back parking lot, from way back then. This is crazy. This is very interesting. But it was just, well, this is what I was always saying, just peachy. Say you have a roommate and you're living in a house with roommates. You know one of your roommates has the dog, just peachy. Say you are DM in the bedroom and you hear the dog playing upstairs. You're not automatically going to go, oh shit, somebody that broke in the house is playing with the puppy. You're just automatically going to go to, oh, a roommate must have been playing with the puppy, because you don't think that somebody broke in to play with the puppy. And what I'm saying is I feel that somebody, because you at the same time somebody's playing with the puppy, then you're going to go, oh my gosh, somebody's here. So that means that you were playing with the puppy right before somebody was there. No, what I think is somebody was in the room with the puppy, had to play with the puppy that was, always a lovable dog to strangers. It was used to strangers coming over. It was a very trusting dog. And so therefore, the person that was in the room just had to quiet the dog for a second to then go to the next room. And I think that's kind of how it took place. Yeah, but if somebody broke in, who says they're going to be like, hey, puppy? I don't think they're going to say anything. I think what they're going to do is they're just going to play with the puppy to calm the puppy down. They don't want to talk because they don't want to alert anybody else that they're there. So that's why I don't even think that anybody heard a voice. They just thought that it was the roommate. But that's just where I'm coming from on it. So she was on the same floor when all this was happening? So here, okay, I'm confused. Yeah, there it is. It's like, wait a minute, you were telling us, huh? Wait a minute. Now she's on the second floor?
So they went to one bedroom, or he went to one bedroom on the second floor and not the other?
You are right.
So
Peachy, the brain cogs are like, what?
The person who committed this crime went to one of the bedrooms on the second floor, but not the other.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm getting this freaking right. Because I don't want to assume.
Listen.
Is that correct?
Like what? Huh? Hold on a minute.
Right, LG gal. I thought both of them were. Okay, let me get this straight.
What's up, Kaleido Hope?
On the second floor.
Here we go. I told you guys I did this. I was like, what?
And it took 8 hours. Okay. Something don't seem right. What the? Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. Sorry.
DM
like, what
stated
the hell's going?
that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." But she didn't hear Ethan? At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. From a house across the street? Okay. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall. Okay, 50 feet. Okay. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in. Okay. I'm trying to picture this here. So, give me 1 second. I have to go to this thing real quick. Let's take a pause from the affidavit real quick. I need to go into this real quick. I need to fucking picture this here.
Yeah, some don't make sense, dude. Some don't make sense.
Oh shit. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, it says that he left towards the sliding glass door, and that's why I say I think this is why I think that the Kaylee or Maddie owned the K bar, and that is my explanation why. And because I also contribute when it comes to the statement of DM, you contribute that to where the person says, or they say that the person walked towards the sliding glass door. She didn't say they went back upstairs. So this is my explanation of everything put together of why I think the sheath and the K-bar was a protection mechanism for one of the victims that was upstairs. Check it out.
Right, OG gal? I don't know. I'm very interested to find out what took place. All right, I need to see what the hell they are talking about here. Give me 1 second.
And if there's any sleuthers out there that want to go through any of my old episodes and let me know what episodes I actually did the walk around in the 360, let me know, because that is not available anymore. And just like when they blurred out Google Guy and I went back to old episodes and I clipped together all the unblurred Google Guy walk around, I would like to do it for this too, where we can just put a bunch of clips together of me on different episodes walking around the house. So we can always refer back to that if we need to have the visual of us kind of moving through the property like I am here.
All right. So that is X and E. let's go to this other bedroom. So here's the bedroom. You're going to tell me that somebody's not going to know? Look at this. Look at how... Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is what happened. This must be what happened. This is what happened.
Oh, is this when I mentioned the
All
good
right.
vibe light
Dude.
sign? Yep.
Dude.
All the way
Here's-
back here.
Okay, here's that bedroom door that
all the way back here.
We're talking about here in this affidavit, okay? What? Is by the stairs? I thought this was... This is where the drip was. Bedroom 2B. Hold on a second. Let me go to chat here. Yeah, something doesn't seem right. That's for damn sure.
The day of the PCA, baby.
It
Something
never
don't
really
seem
released.
right.
Something don't seem right. It gets more specific. Okay.
This is interesting watching this.
Entrance. I saw it earlier and should have saved it. Yeah, bedroom 2B is their bedroom, right? Dylan's room is right there by this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought this was their room the whole time. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is so that's her door right here, bedroom 2A, DM, right? So I can see how if this person is walking, after they just came from here, so that must have been second. So they must have went upstairs first, because if she says that she watched them walk by and then exit the sliding glass door, that means this was last.
Walk towards CJ.
So now we know the order.
Walk towards.
Upstairs was first. So he's just kind of walking through here. Da. Probably doesn't even notice her crack the door. This is how she can see him walk towards her, because he is walking towards her to leave the sliding glass door. He might not even notice that she cracked open the door. So, okay, I can see what... Oh shit, where did it go? Here it is. I can see what's being said here now. About all this taking place. I can see before it didn't make sense to me. I just had to visually be put in there to understand what they're saying here. Okay, the mail. Here, let me get to chat real quick. Sorry about that. You're pointing. Let's see. You were on the second floor. Upstairs first. She saw the masked man after the four were killed. Right. Yeah. So when he's walking towards her and then exits through the sliding glass door, that means second. That means second floor was last. Third floor was first. That should be a CJ. She may have been in the shadow of the room.
What's up, Scarlett? It is. It's very interesting.
Reading what wrong, LG? He targeted E and X first. I don't... How? No.
See, yeah, this is what's crazy is it's like going back and watching this. I thought this whole time, just like I'm telling everybody in all these episodes, I was sucked into MSM until like a couple weeks into January after reading the PCA a bunch. But I'm realizing here, yeah, even though I'm sucked into MSM, it's like right off the bat, questions.
I don't think so. I see this whole time I thought second floor was first. I thought second floor was first because of E, right? The whole time. This whole time I've thought second floor was first. But if I'm reading this right here, where she says that
and saw a figure clad in black clothing and mask that covered the person's blah, 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 blah. The male walked past her towards the back sliding glass door. So so that means that dude, right? So the first time she heard something, okay, she first heard somebody was there. Then, okay, first heard playing with her dog. Then she heard a comment about somebody being in the house. Okay. Then she heard crying. That's when stuff was going on. Okay. That's why she didn't see nobody. Then she opened the door. Wait a minute.
Same, Scarlett. That's why I feel like I just keep going back to it, and I have from the beginning when we were even before the arrest. It's like I could see somebody.
See, this is confusing right here.
I could see somebody entering through the
Because
top.
what
you
would
know?
this noise be? You wouldn't hear a whimper and a thud after that. Voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. But how could somebody hear that across the street? That's what I don't understand. Let me see here. I'm so freaking screwed up too, Punksy. I'm like, wait, it's this. No, it's this. No, wait, huh? What? Let's see. He targeted
What?
E and X first, then upstairs to K&M and back down. BK simply was making his way out. Why would he go second floor, third floor, then back to second floor? Because if DM's watching him leave, she's watching him. Look at how the door opens. If she's cracked, she's not watching him come towards her coming down the stairs, because then she doesn't even really see him, because he's coming down the stairs or he's walking away from her. She says he's walking towards her, which means he's walking from the bedroom, coming this way, turning this way, going outside the sliding glass doors, coming this way, and then going that way. So I don't see how. Yeah, because they would have to be walking this way, this way in order to walk past and go out the sliding glass doors. So K&M were first and Brian went to, I don't know. Has to be third floor first because DM walked past her sliding. That's what I was thinking, Kib Kitty. Probably came in, slipped upstairs. Because if she watched him walk towards her, you're looking at the door. It only opens, So if you're cracking the door open, you can only look, through that crack, and you can only go, unless maybe your vision can go like this if you're looking out through a cracked door, right? Maybe about that's as far as you can get for vision. So, but they're still walking towards you. They're coming this way, going out the sliding glass door. But really, isn't that weird though? Isn't it weird though? Like, maybe because the door was locked. Maybe he walked by and turned the knob to see if it. Who knows? It is stating that she was locking the door. Ooh, it reads like E and X were first. Did he go back looking? Wow, that's a good point, LG Gal. So now I can see why they would go downstairs, go back upstairs, go shit. Where did it go? But don't you think he would know that he would have lost it upstairs, though? Like if he was, maybe not. Maybe he tried looking and couldn't find it upstairs and then went back down to the second bedroom, looked to see, couldn't find it, and then just said, fuck it, I'm out. And then that's when she seen him leave. That could be it too. I'm confused too. And we're all confused together. Not across the street. That cam picked up the noise, I believe, is that house directly over from our parking area. You mean way the fuck down? Or the other house that got blurred out on Google? Or the house that's like their front window, you can see that parking area or something. So E and X were last. This is why so many folks are like, what the fuck is up with these statement, right? It does not make any sense. What a freaking mess. Must have definitely not know D was in the room. What's crazy? Okay, it's just crazy. But then you mix that with 8 hours left. I mean, it was like noon, right? What time did the sun rise? I don't know. It's just really weird. That too, Bruin. It can definitely affect how you even remember things. You can see shit you didn't. Said he walked towards the slider. Yep. Walked towards her and then out the slider, not across the street. So Dylan Bryan didn't know he already. Right. Especially when you immediately go to bed and sleep till noon. Right. I wouldn't. It just something don't seem right. I'm glad. Hopefully, there's a trial because it'd be nice to know what the hell he was in a physical fight with Kaylee. Ooh, confusing each other. Yeah, he left it. Single source of DNA on the button. It was found next to Maddie. All right, let me go back to this real quick. DM stated that she opened the door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room. Why didn't he check the door then either? I don't know. Something's weird. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, review of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team on the second one by first using a presumptive blood test and then aminoblack,
On the
a
second
protein
one?
stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detective shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of Vans-type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom located on second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. The video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. I'm sure they had a bunch too. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. Steiner Avenue. Remember that? On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate because they don't require you to in PA. A review of footage from multiple videos held Ohio, Indiana, none of them require you. States are starting to change that way now too. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me. You would think that a freaking license plate on the front would be a good idea, right? I mean, just saying. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King.
Yeah, Donald, this is from January 5th, 2023. This is right when it dropped, and there's a lot of confusion going on because we were told something for so long, and then the PCA drops today, and it's like, wait a minute, what?
King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of
What?
suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the crime scene residents and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a
Ticket number
residential
95.
neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Let me go to chat here real quick. Sorry, my StreamYard's bugging out on I use my phone for my feed usually, but it's been bugging out lately, so it's hard for me to keep up with the chat and the show at the same time here when it gets a little crazy like this. Thank you everybody for hanging out. And it was found next to me. Let's see, Punksy. Yeah, it had single DNA on the button. He was in a psychotic haze at that point, maybe. It's a good point. SRB, thank goodness, though, if that's how they, yeah. The shoe print, the DNA. No, and also, Punksy, this is another thing. The dude's cell phone was pinged like crazy. It even pinged him driving back by the property at 9-something in the frickin' morning, just 5 hours after he committed the crime. It had his cell phone pings matching their cell phone pings because he was obviously. Did you guys hear this? That the dude was frickin'. He was up in frickin' Pullman and Moscow in June? Did you hear that? Yeah, definitely tell your friends. Cassie, I'll just wear my pink bands. No one will notice. They got death penalty. I don't know what kind of death penalty. Somebody look it up and tell me. Shit, that'd be interesting. Police dressed as garbage. Yes, yep, that was awesome too, wasn't it, Kid Kitty? They were, yeah, they knew what was up. Sorry, buddy, you don't have the technology of Ted Bundy. You ain't making it as far. It's so crazy how they do this stuff. Both K and M are in the same twin bed per affidavit. Yes, LG Gal, one on top of the other, according to 4chan post by suspect. Allegedly, he said she tried to run. That's right, I did read that. That's right, LG. I think I have those too. Unless they're shut down. Let me look. No, that's the crime research survey. I think they took those down. Yeah, it's gone. I do, you know what though? We went through it on an old video. I need to find that video and I need to make a highlight out of that part of the show when we were going through that whole feed. Phantom, do you remember what night that was? Just to Serve Daily, how you doing? Phantom, Cherry, what's up? Do you remember what night that was, Phantom, that we were going through that Reddit stuff? Because I need to go back to that show and cut that shit out and make a highlight of it so we can go back to it sometime if we need to before it disappears. Or I guess it won't disappear. But shit, it'll get lost in all them shows. I'm on episode 68 now. I think it was 2 nights ago. I can't remember for sure. It's gotta be. I heard that too. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Damn, look at the warm welcomes. Means the phone was there. Now they have to prove that he was there too. I think he wanted to get caught and become. It sounds like that about now, right? When this shit comes out, Justice. That sounds about right. Shit. I mean, dude. It's 2022 when the shit took place. Leave your fucking phone at home, you know? Like, dude, for as much planning as you did and research, like, come on. You gonna bring your phone with you, bro? Kid Kitty, this is why in this day and age a criminal. Yeah. Oh, lethal injection? That sucks. Yeah, thank you for being here. What's up? Back to that video, but can't tell if it's him in the reflection of the computer monitor. I haven't seen that one. Ellie Bryan on the radar November. That's what I've been hearing too. I bet Ellie took those parts and comments into. I mean, it was pretty interesting. In 2009, the firearms was removed. Idaho is having never executed an inmate by that method. This left lethal injection as the sole. Are you serious? Well, maybe they'll reintroduce that motherfucker in 2000 and whatever year it is. You know what I mean?
What's up, Unravel? What's up, Danny? Ticket number 97.
Just saying. That's JD's. Oh, yeah. I don't remember 2 nights ago. I'm thinking it was 2 nights ago. I need to go through the old shows sometime and find out when we did go through them Reddits. And then that way I can make a highlight out of that section and then separate it. That way, if we ever do need to go back to it, we have everything right there. Like, we don't, it's gone, but we still have it. Are you looking for the questionnaire? No, not the questionnaire. The inside, what was it called? Inside looking or something like that. Those Reddit posts. Inside looking. It was the show that had. Here, let me go to the link so I can show you. It comes up. It's all deleted. But it was Inside Looking, and we went through every frickin' message. Like we went through every frickin' message. It probably took us a half an hour or 40 some minutes or something. Because at first I've never really been on Reddit, so I didn't understand about the expanding thing and stuff. So we were going through some, and then Phantom's like, yo. And I'm like, oh, okay. So then I go back up to the top. Then we go through it all.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
I need
gone
to
already.
separate that.
I
and
have
then
it.
We can have that separate for whenever we need it, because they can't talk about none of this stuff. So I'm sure we're gonna need this stuff at some point. I want a hot pink waving hand. Where'd y'all get that? I have hand of various skin color. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Unravel.
It might be one of
Prayers.
mine, because I've always had it. It might have been from Twitch, maybe. I don't know. I know I have different ones that are on here. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kid Kitty. I'm not sure that they will be able to prove everything. We'll see. Yeah, that's for sure. This is why dumbass wanted an intern. I know. I heard about that today too. YouTube emojis. Whoa, that's weird. I'm not seeing it. Cass, know the Reddit thread. Oh, his inside. Yeah. Firing squad sound. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially for this case, LG. What the hell? Whoops, I didn't mean to throw that up there. Cherry, when you're trying to go to smiley face and click on it. Cherry, good evening. But I can find screenshots on Facebook. That was maybe last week we did the Reddits. I can't remember. I've done so many long ass shows in the last week and a half, sometimes 2 shows a day. All right, let's go back to this here. Okay, we read that part. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time. Approximately at 4:04 a.m., it can be
Ticket
seen
number
driving
99.
eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road 52, and then driving back westbound. So this dude was doing all sorts of this shit in front of before he did the fucking crime. What the fuck? He didn't just park up, drive real quietly, turn the lights off. You hear rocks and pebbles barely making noise. You're creeping up. You lightly shut the door. No, this guy drove up there. What the hell, dude? Unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. What the hell, man? Suspect vehicle. What? Okay, where did all the data from the research study come in? Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of King Road residence at approximately 4:20 at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during the time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Let me get to chat real quick. Let's see. Guilty for sure. Gotta be. I mean, damn, they got the DNA. They got the DNA. Yeah. Just look up Evil CJ. They pulled them off the internet. Yeah. That's what I was showing. They were totally gone. But when we went over them a couple days ago, we have the video of it, so we'll be able to go back to it anytime. We just have to go back to the previous show. It was on 4chan. Yeah, the 4chan stuff. All different usernames. We did go over the 4chan stuff as well. That shit was the ceiling fan. Oh, I hope that was just made up. But it was creepy about hiding out in the woods of PA, right? I was under the impression BK was, yeah, I was too, Cherry, but it's, I think he was waiting to see if DM was calling Ellie, maybe. Man, maybe. I sent you the Facebook, the inside. 3-point turn. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, just go away for a half an hour and come back, you know? What the hell? Fucking idiot. Cherry Booksmart, maybe. But where'd all this research go? You know? Like, you had some really crazy ass questions. I don't think her completed his paper on this chapter 2, how to get away, AMD, not leave evidence. Yeah. Rule number 1, leave your fucking phone at home. I don't know how else to get these to you, CG, unless I save each picture. Just look up Evil CJ on Facebook. And if you can't find them, go ahead and email them to SRB, and then she can get them to me if you can't find me. Sent them to you on Facebook. Okay. I had to join the group waiting for. Let's see before I can see the dark, the bubble. LG Cal. It's been a long time. Thanks for being in here. All right, let me go to this next part here. And I will try and get to that here in a little bit, Cassie. That email stuff. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau. I'm just going to say FBI from now on. That regularly utilized surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience. With 12 years at the FBI, his specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016. So that's where we got the 2011 teen. I don't know why they just didn't say 2011 to 2016. Because that could have messed it up right there. Oh, yeah, that's a 16. That's not even the one that they're looking for. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possessions of the vehicle. That is Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, I'll just say Sus Vehicle, was observed. Is there more than one? I think there's only one. I'm just going to say Sus Vehicle. Was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Sus Vehicle, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington, to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Let me go to chat again. If you join the group, then go to the search on the page. You can type inside looking and it brings up the post. Oh, okay. Nice. Let me see. There's still something not right. I know, Christy. Thank you, Kib Kitty. I know. It is weird. The 8 hours don't. That's the biggest thing to me is 8 hours. So our phones can hear, see, and do a lot. I wouldn't surprise me if Ellie could somehow pull up evidence of the actual crime if he had his phone on him. My conspiracy theory, anyway. Big brother. Me too, for sure. He's not as smart as he tried. I mean, even the people that go to the school are like, yeah, you got to be smart to get in here. But who says he's not? He could be book smart as shit. It's just the common sense. All right, we'll keep reading here. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street. Stadium Way at okay, hold on. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. That's a lot of fucking footage. What is this? I can't even tell what that is. Those are all I can't even tell what that is. Showing white Elantra's path. Oh, no, it's hard for me to see on that. Leaving WSU campus. I mean, geez, yeah. Huh. That's weird. So, like, how I'm ready to be exonerated. Why was he in such a rush to come out here then? If this is, I mean, they got videos for. Shit. This ain't my backyard. What are you talking about? I've never been over this way. Ooh. I can imagine how cold it is. Let's see. The vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger. Hereafter, Koberger, residing Pullman, Washington, is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m.,
WSU officer Chris Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located 2015 white Hyundai Elantra in the Pullman in the parking lot. Is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Well, we were right too. It was a student, a jealous student. It just they didn't go to Idaho. They went to frickin' Washington State. We were close. Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Rung residence. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Duke's body cam and report, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by CPL Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate blank, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as blank 8458, hereafter 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. He probably thinks with his book smarts that he will be able to yeah, seriously. Still thinking he's smarter than everybody. It's like you got to learn to walk before you can chew gum. I don't think he thought they had anything, or he was like, well, fuck it, I'm done. I may as well go back. Because he knew this shit was going to get released, as soon as possible if he did. So then everybody's going to be like, ooh. Hope they found those shoes they needed for bloody shoe prints at his apartment, just being a smart ass. You're silly. He's a weak, pathetic little man, in my opinion, a coward. Yeah. Welcome. Crack me up, too. Welcome, everybody coming in. Thank you. Let's see. What page are we on? We're on page 11. Wow, we went through this a lot quicker than I thought. That's cool, though. There are some other stuff I need to check out here. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience, you think that you would want a plate on your front nowadays, every state, with all the kidnappings and thing that takes place. What if you saw a kidnapping taking place and there was no freaking license plate on the front? That's what I think about. What if you saw something, yet there was no license plate to help out? Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Hyundai Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Koberger's Elantra was then queried December 15th, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana on December. Yeah, that's another thing. Why did they drive 2 hours? When you're driving the quickest route to get from Pullman, Washington
to where they went in PA was 37 to 38 hours. And you're going to go 2 hours out of your way on that long of a trip? That's what don't make sense either. And on December 16th, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger family and has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Koberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also show Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Koberger wrote in his essay he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Koberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence. On November 13th, between the hours of 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., after determining that Koberger was associated to both the 2015 Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone and these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cell phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area when a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done by a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of the crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they did not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. So just be, they're telling you right there. I thought I could see a possible Vance type shoe in the evidence bins, but it was a tad blurry. Crime Talk read affidavit, nothing blocked out. He even read platinum. Yeah. I don't want to give out that personal. I'll leave that up for him. Cherry, thank you. I did save Crime Talk's video. Mama Bear, thanks for being here, everybody. Please hit that like if you haven't. Tell your friends. Mama, were you sick? Hope you feel better. Thank you, Mons. I'm not sure what a mod does. Well, I got my Mighty Mods. And then I got me a Baptismo that lets the Mata mods be able to chat more freely with everybody in the chat because they don't have to worry about posting my stuff. I got Batisimo to do that for me. But everybody else likes to throw up the likes and the stuff like that, and I do appreciate those too. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mama Bear. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out. And if you got something for me, there's the info. So BK applied for a job with police. Yeah, he applied for an internship. Isn't that interesting? Applied for an internship. Oh, LG, I tried doing. I don't know if you're a sports fan, but I tried doing sports on Christmas, and my shit got shut down. I miss sports. I like to mix it up though. But man, it's been a lot of true crime lately, just because of all this Idaho stuff. He planned this for months. He had to. Marty Mods. Yeah. I'm gonna call you all Marty Mods. Yeah, Batisimo is cool, isn't he? Seriously though, that's why I was like, you know what, because I've had Batisimo since I was streaming on Twitch, and I used it on Twitch, but I never used it on YouTube. Eventually, I have Lightstream that I have for like overlays and stuff on Twitch. So if people do stuff, it does shit on the screen and stuff. When I have some time, hopefully this weekend, when I have some time, I hope to try and figure out how I can link my YouTube stream up to that. So when people subscribe, send a Cash App, different things like that, it'll show animations on the screen. I just got to have the time to research it and tweak with it and see how I can get it to work. But I wanted to make sure I at least took some time to set up my Batismo timers, so that way you guys didn't have to focus so much on trying to throw links out there. You guys could, even have your own conversations going on while we're doing this stuff too. That's cool. I appreciate it. That's why you guys are so welcoming to everybody that comes in here, and let's just glorify that. So let's have Batismo do that, do the other stuff. Let me see here. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2012 at 2 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding following the times of the homicides. Let me see here. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to the search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Koberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and that the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. So he just got the phone before he went out there. The records also include historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent, SA, that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. I need a drink of coffee. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th, 2022 to November 3rd, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 3rd, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., The 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to blank Northeast and Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Koberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Koberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Koberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:48 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network. At 2:47 a.m., which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cell phone coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m. So he was thinking, if I shut my phone off, I'll be fine. But yeah, the phone's going to ping leading up to where you shut it off, at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to ID State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, then north back into Pullman, Washington at approximately 5:30 a.m. The 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458's phone estimated locations and travel, the 8458's phone's travel is consistent with that
What's up,
of
Steve
the
W?
white
Ticket 103.
Elantra.
Thank you. We're almost done here. We got about another 20 minutes or so as we go through this. This has been
Let me go
very
to
interesting.
chat real quick. Sorry
This has
about
been
that.
Very interesting.
I love this group too. Thank you, SRB, and thank you guys for being the way you guys are. Seriously, if it wasn't for you guys, you know what I mean. It just don't spread yourself too till you have a strong following, and you're whatever that happens. Well, thank you. Hey, Lucia, how you doing? ATS, how you doing? Sorry, I'm getting to chat late here. Bam, bam, bam. They were able to track his almost every move that night, and they got video surveillance to back it up. You can't beat that. Garagos defense attorney says defense can find a crack in cell phone pings sample. His phone pings all those important times, but when murders happen, because it said that it's consistent with him shutting the phone off before he goes, and then after he leaves is what they're saying. What the technical jumbo there? What is it? Cellular. Whatever that thing's called, utilizes cellular resources that are consistent. So it's not saying it's for sure, but they got the pings, they got the car on video, same car. What does this say? I know this is crazy, Cassie. It is drama 3. Thank you, ATS. Still a chance for there is. I mean, who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who knows what's gonna be able to go? But like everybody was saying, that judge looks like she's not about messing around whatsoever, you know. Now this says, okay, this is what's interesting here. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Koberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32. So he took a little drive by the property to see if the cops had been called or not. Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken based off of the cellular locations. So instead of doing the straight shot, wow, that seems like a really long way to go back home if you committed the. That seems like a long way to go back home, unless this is all like what, county roads or something? Didn't want to get pulled over on the highway, so it's all like county roads, maybe? Yes, that Watts case was the shit. Seriously. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022, but investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date, so they never came back to the area. Based on my training, experience, and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. We got 2 more pages and that's it, everybody. We're almost done. On December 23rd, I was granted a search warrant for Koberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current prospective location information and pen register trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, 2022, the location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022, right before he left. After consulting with Cast SA, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these locations, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. Man, it sure sounds like they got a lot, man. One of these occasions on August 21st, I'm just wondering this whole 8 hours thing from DM, and then you're on the same floor. Something's weird. One of these locations on August 21st, 2022. The 8458 phone utilized cellular resources, providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke. As mentioned above, the 8458 phone was, and I even had my glasses on. Damn. The 8548 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time. Farm Road, and Pullman Avenue. Oh my God, my words are like mushing together now. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand, located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef Store, located at 820 Port Drive in Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the 8548 phone. I need to come up with like a CJ version of this. Cut the fat off. Holy crap. All right, let me go back to chat real quick, and then we'll get this thing finished up here. He's a stalker. Yeah. Yeah. They do deserve justice. Kaylee was right. She had a stalker. Yeah. I mean, that's what it sounded like, isn't it? Still no 911 call, unfortunately. Wonder if since they gave us this much, they will release it soon. I don't know. How do you know I need to drink some water? I'm drinking coffee right now. How do you know that? CJ, you sure that's coffee in my cup? Yeah, it's coffee in my cup. Is your brain getting a little scrambled? Oh my gosh. I mumble my words because I'm tired. I had to go. Shoot. I'm a night owl. And then I had to go into work an hour earlier today. So that threw me all. Thank you to everybody. I really appreciate you guys because I wouldn't have been able to do the show prep today. And you guys did that for me today, and I really appreciate that. Seriously, it allowed me to not have to run around with the chicken head cut off kind of shit. I was able to get everything done, and I probably had like maybe 6 minutes to spare. So I seriously appreciate you. It sounds like the whole house did. Yeah. And I don't think so either. Who knows? But I don't know. What are they hiding in that 911 call? What are they hiding there? Dude got too close for comfort there. He's the stalker. I mean, it's got to be. Oh my gosh. I keep saying that the stalker thing was something to focus on and it wasn't a red herring, but no one listened to me. I know. It's like I'm out on a limb, ATS, feeling that this was the dude's first one still. I mean, it's the whole jealous student thing, but I just got the wrong college. And he wasn't riding a bike. I would have. It's true though. It's true. Like, sometimes we're out on our own little limb. For sure, Ellie has more. This, in my opinion, is enough. It has to be, right, LG? We love you too, Phantom. Thank you. It's got to be, right, LG? I know. I can't wait for it either. I have a feeling it's connected to the 8-hour thing. Maybe, LG. What do you think? Is that why it's not getting released? It's connected to the 8-hour freaking time period until somebody was called, and then friends were called first. I don't know. And then, like, this is what I don't understand. You have LE saying that it was a 2011 to 2013. They have people inside LE stating it was from 2011 to 2016. What if this dude that was searching white Hyundai Elantras at Washington was only looking for a 2011 to 2013? He would have skipped right over it, maybe. That's what I don't understand. Why not just say 2011 to 2016? That's one thing I noticed in this affidavit. I'm like, what? At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertsons grocery store. What's up, Albertsons? At 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Koberger exit the white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Koberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave approximately at 1:04 p.m. Koberger's possible path of travel is depicted below. It's hard to see. This shit's hard to see for me.
Those maps did suck. It is old. It's from January 5th,
100 LG.
2023. What's up, Tiffany? Tickets
Hell, the
Tiffany.
first couple pages, I'm like, what? That's why I had to ask you guys. I'm like, are you guys serious? Her room is on the second floor? It just seemed Albertson. Yeah, something's off. Something is definitely off, and it's probably going to be hard for us to even find out what's up until the trial, and who knows when the trial's going to be, you know? Okay, so it says additional analysis of the records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. What? That is consistent with the 8458 phone being the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. Huh. So on December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile, at least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant be issued. 94 for burglary at the residence, 4 counts of murder. I declare under penalty and perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. Wow. Wow. Thank you for that. That was quite a read. That was like a 2.5 hour read there. Wow. A lot of information. I'm surprised they went in that depth with it, actually. That's quite a bit. Let me see here. Okay, affidavit, first court appearance, Koberger court appearance, Goncalves attorney. Okay, let me take a look at these real quick. I found this. This is from Liam's mama. It was a lot. I mean, geez, but wow, what a read, you know? DM froze when she saw him, and I bet she crawled up into a ball closet till she... I know, that's a long time, Kid Kitty. I would think I'd want to call... I don't know. I just don't understand it. I get being scared and froze up, and I mean, shit, if I was in that situation, it'd freak me the fuck out, too. But damn, that's a long time. 7-8 hours. Then sort of came out of it hours later, left her room and saw her. I don't know. So many questions. I don't know. It's just odd. It's very odd. But eventually we'll find out, you know, what took place. And well, I'm just wondering why both of them, this is what I don't understand, unless it was just... Unless, I don't know. It was just odd how both roommates were reported being in the basement, surviving roommates, you know? That's just what's really odd. And then when we read this, I had to ask you guys if what I was reading was freaking true, because I'm like, wait a minute, what? Like, second floor? All right. So I found, this is from Liam's mama. I found this and wanted to forward it to you.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and end it there. I just thought I would let it continue to play out as it was kind of like, what? Something just, huh? I don't know, something. This is very interesting. This is an interesting story. Show a little longer than I expected, but it's okay. I wanted to make sure that I got it all in, even if it is on replay. We will be back here. Thank you all for hanging out today. Appreciate it. It was definitely interesting. There's a couple times I had to scold myself for some old, but it wasn't too bad. 2 months old. I think I made it out to be worse than what it was, because it didn't seem that bad to me. But I don't know. I think I was just more nervous about it. Just knowing how much we've come, and you know, in the last year from back then when we were having the show till now, just the greenness of it all, you know. But we will be back tonight. We're going to be getting into a lot of new stuff, a lot of stuff that we haven't got into, interesting stuff about certain people that y'all have been asking about. So we're going to get into that tonight. We're going to have Silky Southern Tea joining us tonight as well.
and then we're going to be getting into some of the other stuff that we were getting into in the case chats during the other series episodes. We still have one more episode left of the LE Q&As from the press conferences. So we got one episode left of that. We just got finished up with our Gonsalves Key interviews, multi episodes last night. And so we're going to be having an open discussion with Idaho4 with Silky Southern Tea tonight. So go ahead and hit that notification. It's already out. We will see you back tonight. Thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate it. It was definitely a blast from the past, right, Lynn? Vintage. Green. That's what it was. Green. So thank you all so much. Appreciate you hanging out with me today. Special day today, the day the PCA dropped, and I figured, why not? Why don't we watch the press conference when he was arrested? And why don't we sit back and see what I was saying when I read the PCA for the very first time? Very first time I had read it, too. I didn't read it until I got on the show. So that's how I like to always do my stuff. Fresh emotion. Thank you all. Appreciate you. I'll see you tonight if you're not busy. And we'll have even more coming tomorrow night in the stuff that we're getting into tonight. So thank you all. Appreciate it. See you tonight or tomorrow or the next time. Thank you. Appreciate you.